We are live. How about you, everybody? Welcome into Signing Day 2024, which is the 2025 class. I'm your host, Jeffrey Lee, Senior Recruiting Editor for Auburn Live on 3. I'm joined, as I always am, by Mr. Cole Pinkston. Cole Pinkston, good morning, and how about you?
Good morning, and how about you to you?
I'm rocking the glasses because I think it's going to help hide my bags. I don't know. I've been up since 5. I think they might have went away. I think I'm good. I'm rolling with it, big dog.
I woke up with just one extremely red eye, so you're probably going to see that. Well, look, it's early. You're not getting up to go hunting, but it's
that's true.
We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it happen.
Let's see. Let's catch everybody up real quick. So for the past hour, signings have been coming in. Financial aid agreements, no longer the national letter of intent, but financial aid agreements have been coming in for Auburn, as well as others right now. Punter John McGuire has signed. Offensive lineman Ty Buster has signed. Hollis Davison, the tight end from Peachtree City, has signed. Kel Ellis, offensive lineman who reclassified to 2025 from 2026, has signed, and Jacoby Ward.
Yes.
If you haven't already, go check out the Signing Day HQ on Auburn Live on 3. It is free. Zach, I'm going to share that. Auburn Live Signing Day HQ. Because, hell, I can look at this, and we're going to be posting all the signings, basically a ticker of news there, headlines there, and then we'll move up commitments when their financial aid agreements have been received by Auburn. Some news this morning, Cole. Shamar Arnoux, the defensive back from Carrollton who flipped to Auburn from USC last month. We got wind Tuesday night, last night, that Florida State was making a big push for him. I have put in a flip prediction for him to flip to Florida State. Steve Wiltfong, Chad Simmons has done as well.
Yeah, I think I'm going to join you as well on that.
I think it's a great opportunity.
Kind of got wind of that. Here's how I heard it, Jeffrey, a couple nights ago. Like, everything's good, but we'll see what happens on signing day. It's a fluid situation is what I heard. I didn't think too much of it. Florida State now has made a move, so that's where we're at on that.
Last night, it was late, and the last thing I checked in on that was he's going to bed an Auburn commitment, but he's really looking hard at Florida State. Miami is trying there too, but he's going to get up this Wednesday morning and make a decision, and he did. He didn't waste any time. I don't know that it's been released yet, but I am fairly confident from sources that it's a done deal. Shamar Arnoux, we're expecting him to flip to Florida State. Now, I think, Cole, that might be positive news, because I think one of the reasons for that, now FSU came in NIL, which is great, man. That's not an excuse. It's a reason, okay? If somebody values somebody else more than somebody else, that's okay. But that's what we've heard. Big cornerback class for him and Donovan Starr were not something either one of them were very fond of. This might help with Donovan Starr. I certainly think it's a tea leaf for the Naim Offord announcement that we're expecting around 10:30 this morning, Cole. And I think you put up a note that you feel even better about Naim Offord this morning.
Yeah, I feel I feel the same, which I felt really confident for a while, which is good. Same would be good here. I still feel pretty good about that one, man. It's I think, barring a crazy surprise, I think he's going to be with Auburn, but I mean, you can't trust nothing.
No doubt.
But that's what it points to right now. It's the arrow's starting to swing that way, it seems like to me.
As we were talking, Ryan G., tight end from Milton, Georgia, who's on an undefeated team and will be playing for a national championship, a state title, has signed with Auburn. And I will say this. Ryan and Hollis Davison are good friends, both tight end signees now. And they were having a competition this morning to see who could sign first. And so what happens if you see all those announcement times and signing times on the HQ, that means those kids are having ceremonies for it doesn't mean that's when they're sending in their financial aid agreements. So don't look at that and go, oh, Ron G wasn't supposed to announce until 3:30. They're going to all sign this morning. The Thompson kids, Anquan Fagans, Jared Smith, John Allen McGuire were signing early this morning because this early signing day Thompson's got to play for a state title tonight. So they were getting that done early. As far as we know, Auburn expects all three of those guys. John Allen was actually the first to sign. But Anquan Fagans, Jared Smith, both expected to sign with Auburn. As far as I know, I couldn't find anybody to tell me any differently.
Jeffrey Ryan G is in, correct?
Yeah, he just did. I think that's what I tried to say to begin this whole conversation, and then I just got.
I'm listening to you, but for those who didn't join us last year, we are actively working. So
yes, thank you, Cole.
That's just the thing, man. We're gonna have the camera on. You can join us. Sometimes we might be deep into working, but that's how it's gonna go today.
This is pulling the curtain back for sure.
Yeah, that's how we do it here.
Ryan G has signed. I'm updating the queue right now, the HQ. Cole, I think I've seen you when you're putting your stories up. You're marking them signed, right?
Yes.
Good job.
No, but I will. I will start.
Oh, somebody is.
I don't think it's Alan Head, but
he's stuck in traffic. By the way, folks, he'll be here momentarily.
He will. He had to go. He had to go to the bathroom. We messed up his bathroom time this morning.
I got up early enough for that, B-Dog. Auburn, I think even with the likely flip of Shamar Arnoux, has the number 5 class in the country as we speak. Let me make sure. Let me pull that up, Zachary. Let me get it ready for all the Alabama fans who love how I do this. I love this, man. Let me show. Yeah, Auburn has the number 5, the number 5 team in the country. Georgia at number 2, Texas at number 3, Ohio State number 4, Auburn number 5. Now, what's going to be interesting, Cole, and I really do think if Naim Offord flips, obviously if Zion Grady, we're keeping an eye on the Ohio State. So that's 2 Ohio State commitments that Auburn would be stealing, one a 4-star, one a 5-star. Auburn obviously would jump Ohio State. And another thing, Zach, is I want to pull up is this right here. I want people to see. Let's see, right here. Look at this. Naim Offord, Ohio State, Jared Smith, Auburn, Fagans, Auburn, Winners, Auburn, Derek Smith, Auburn, Malik Autry, Zion Grady, Ohio State, Alvin Henderson, Auburn, Jakaleb, Auburn, Antonio Coleman, Auburn, Jordan Crawford, Auburn. That is 9 of the 11 top in-state recruits all committed to Auburn, and we're talking about Naim Offord possibly flipping to Auburn. We're talking about Zion Grady potentially flipping to Auburn. Now you're looking at all 11 top in-state recruits, if that happens, signing with Auburn. Let's welcome in Sir Alan Head. How about you, big dog?
How about you, big dog? Sorry about that, everybody. My son's drop-off line today for school was a nightmare. Got a little bit of an ice issue here in North Carolina, but I made it. Cole's that a members-only jacket? What you got on there, big dog?
Oh, it's just
it did.
Oh, I see. I got you.
Alan was stuck in traffic, Cole.
You were not stuck on the pot. You're stuck in traffic.
He's dropping the kids off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not at the school, at the pool.
Yeah, no doubt.
Y'all don't be gross. All right, now.
Yeah.
Hey, it wouldn't be a live show if we didn't have a little bit of immature behavior.
Immaturity.
Yeah.
Okay, what am I doing? I've Ryan G. Alan, let's talk about while Cole and I are updating this.
Sure.
What you're expecting today, what you think about this class. Give some general thoughts. Buy us some time and inform the listeners.
Absolutely. I mean, I think what you're seeing right now is Hugh Freeze putting his stamp on what he promised to the Auburn fan base, which is a top 10 class. And realistically, he's still got a top 5 class squarely in his sights. You have Zion Grady, who we've now all discussed, I think. So let me peel back the curtain here a little bit. Cole and I talked about a surprise player in this class yesterday. We were both on the same page. I think we both got tipped off yesterday afternoon that there was the potential that Zion Grady could be in Auburn's class, but just kind of asked to keep it quiet for a little bit. And that would be a big pickup for Auburn from a ranking standpoint. I've watched Zion this year. I have. I was not impressed with him on his junior tape. I thought he was a little bit of a tweener. Didn't necessarily have the get off to affect the passer from, to create the pass rush that I thought you needed at his size to be a buck outside linebacker in this defense. Fast forward a year, I've watched him a little bit more, and I saw some more athleticism on tape. I'm a little bit more encouraged that he could play that buck position. Either which way, either him or Jared Smith, one of those two is likely going to grow into an end. And so if you're able to add Zion, I like the balance that you've created in this class, specifically losing Nate Marshall late yesterday, which was a big blow. But I think that it's something that you can get beyond. And Von Trail's done a great job in this class. I think Josh Aldridge is going to be key on Zion today, so we'll see how that all shakes out. But when you move beyond him, then you think about Naim Offord and potentially flipping him into this class. Landing 10 out of 10 of the top, in-state. Has Auburn ever done that in the history of recruiting?
No,
where you have absolutely
so.
blanked Alabama in-state?
I don't think so.
And take it a step further with Jordan Crawford, top 11 of 11. We just looked at that.
Yeah, and see, to me, Jordan Crawford's a top 10 type player. Like, I know that the rankings have him just outside, but that kid is as ready-made impact player in this class as Auburn has signed or will sign. So it's just, I don't know that I can put into words how impressed I am to watch Auburn make that kind of a statement in state. And I know where Alabama is on this. This is not me being critical of Kalen DeBoer and his staff from a recruiting standpoint. Their connections are outside the state. And Hugh Freeze I think he realized that he had a window here to capitalize on, because I don't feel like it's going to always be this way. I think that's a fair assessment to say Auburn will not always land 10 out of 10 from in-state prospects. That's just not how it's been, or probably how it will be. But you realize what your window is and capitalize. That's still a pivotal move. And it's a coach that understands and gets the moment, right?
Yeah.
Reads the room and realizes an opportunity and capitalizes. So it's something that you got to tip your hat to Hugh Freeze on if he's able to pull off Naim Offord and Zion Grady today. Those are probably big things that we're talking about this morning. But let it not get lost in the shuffle. Darion Smith, that's another big piece to me. You're talking about a kid technically. I'm talking about as technically skilled a defensive lineman in high school as you will see. If he adds the weight, he's another kid like Antonio Coleman that can be that one-gap penetrator that you need in a DJ Durkin defense to create havoc, that interior pressure we talked about, that vertical interior pressure that Auburn was sorely lacking this year. So, and I think that was probably one of our shortcomings down the stretch there, is the inability to create a consistent pass rush from the interior. Hopefully that won't be an issue next year. Some of these kids will be able to step on the field. My guess is you'll augment a lot of this in the portal as well. So we're not done yet from a talent acquisition standpoint by any means.
Ooh.
Jared Smith in the house, folks. Jared Smith in the house.
Hey, there you go.
Big dog
was going to be which guys are you going to have a sigh of relief when they finally sign?
Jared Smith.
Jared Smith. Yeah, Jared Smith was one. Elijah Melendez, probably two. I feel much better about Duce Knight today than I did yesterday. I had you guys remember the anxiety we had about Perry Thompson a little bit before he signed last year?
Yes.
That's where I was. Last night with Deuce, I was, full disclosure, I'm texting the group chat. I'm like, hey guys, do we have a blind spot here? Because I'm reading Ole Miss and they're talking about how Deuce is struggling with a decision, and what am I missing? Because everybody on the Auburn side feels very, very confident. And when your side feels extremely confident and another side is chiming in saying, hey, he's struggling, you wonder, right? Am I missing something? Do I have the full picture?
Well, Auburn's finally in a position where it has guys that everybody wants.
Yeah.
And listen, that has not always been the case. Signing day was much less dramatic, right? The days up to signing day were much less dramatic. You lose two in the process coming up to signing day. Nate Marshall, Tavares Dice. Hurts.
Yeah.
Still got a top 5 class, right? After the dust settles of those guys. And you're still playing for a spot in the top 5, even further up. So, man, they've done such a great job on the front end of this. They might finish strong too. Seriously. All right.
Let's see. I thought that was a big one. I even had people reaching out to me this morning saying, "Hey, man, Jared Smith," and I was like, "Hey, man, no."
It's one of those things, man. I went to his announcement ceremony. He had that picture there of him holding up the Auburn hat, like, pointing at the Auburn on the hat with his family standing around him in Alabama gear, right?
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Kind of a surreal moment, right?
I understand that sometimes that doesn't matter at all if you're a fan growing up. But that was kind of a statement, was it not?
It was a huge statement.
So, like I said, those Thompson boys, we're going to get it done this morning, and we've got 2 of the 3. Anquan Fagans will be the 3rd. Let's see.
That's another one. That's another one. I'll sigh of relief when he gets it in, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Let me pull up these signing times, which is right here. Zachariah. And I want everybody to remember these are just what the kids are doing, ceremonies and announcement times. But so coming up right now, or let's just go down them real quick. Kale Ellis is in, Ryan G is in, Hollis Davison is in, Devin Williams is not in yet, John McGuire is in, Jared Smith is in, Anquan Fagans will be soon, Shamar Arnoux, we're expecting an announcement for him soon, which probably won't be favorable. I think the next big announcement is you're looking at Enterprise High School with Eric Winters and Zion Grady, both around 8:15. And then Malik Autry, Duce Knight's at 9. Antonio Coleman, Darion Smith is at 10. I'm going to keep an eye on that one. Jordan Crawford at 10. Naim Offord at 10:30 from what we've been told. Jakaleb Faulk, who's going to join us momentarily. Alvin Henderson's going to join the show. I think Ryan G, Blake Woodby. And then Usman Chroma is this afternoon. Now, I do want to touch on Usmani, believe it or not.
Yeah, Usmani is how his coach pronounced it.
Yes.
I asked him straight up one time. He said Usman's fine.
Yeah.
I
was talking to somebody last night, and they kept calling him Usmani, and I was like, is his name Usmani?
I've
been calling him Usman.
I've also heard Ausman.
I'm
going to go with Usman because I asked him straight up, and he said that'll work.
That's fine. All right.
That works.
Right now, I think, does anybody Usmani, how about Us? Man, I'm telling you, Auburn's working like hell for this kid.
Yeah, they are.
They still are. I don't know if their efforts will go in vain. I kind of think they will, but it's something I'll be checking throughout the morning.
Oh, yeah, you can't leave that one alone. That's for sure.
I don't think it's a slam dunk for Georgia. Auburn's making it difficult. They're making it interesting. But I'm not – I've got it at 40%, so I give Georgia a 60-40 edge for him. Florida State's in here as well. But they at least should be mentioned, but we'll see. Auburn has done everything they can with this kid, and really love him. He's an awesome guy. Let's see. What was I going to? All right. So our next big one, Cole, will be. I'm expecting an announcement from Shamar because they're playing in a playoff game. I think the semifinals over in Georgia, Carrollton, are playing soon. Thompson's tonight. So all those kids are going to get it done this morning.
Yeah.
Okay. Good deal. Hey, how's my internet?
You're good so far.
Doing good? Okay.
So far, so good.
Knock on wood for that because I have about 14,000 tabs open right now.
Okay. I only have 6.
Only 6, huh?
Yeah, only 6, big dog.
Okay.
I hear you. I probably don't need some of these, but I'm afraid to close them out. You ever been that way?
Hell
for
yeah.
sure.
I am right now.
Bro, that's why I've got emails still from like 2005.
Oh, shoot.
That number on my email inbox, it just keeps going up.
Dude, it
I ain't
does.
heard nothing about it. Now, I can't stand for other notifications to have a number on it.
No, I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
What I wanted to ask both of y'all this.
Sure.
With Shamar Arnoux potentially heading to Florida State, what does this do for Donovan Starr? What do y'all think?
I don't know, Cole. I'm going to be honest with you. I think it. I think it doesn't hurt, right? Because we've talked about how the large number of corners in this class might be affecting some of Donovan Starr's feelings here as far as his want to be in the Auburn class. Maybe it changes some things, maybe it doesn't. I will be honest with you. If the trade-off is that you lose Shamar Arnoux, but you gain Donovan Starr, I'll take that trade all day, every day, and twice on Sunday, okay? And that's not me in any way trying to take a shot at Shamar Arnoux. I have legitimate questions about Shamar, and I've been upfront about this. This is not me saying this now because he's on verge of potentially flipping to FSU, about his top-end speed and fit at corner. Great length, good athleticism, balance, and body control. But I wonder if he's got the hips to turn and flip and run with guys in the SEC. I just don't know. I don't see enough on tape in high school to definitively tell me, yeah, for sure, he can play corner in this league. Now, does that mean he doesn't have added value to being able to play safety or potentially in the nickel? No. I mean, I think he creates that value for you, some versatility there. But whereas I felt very certain that Dante Core could play corner, Shamar, I'm not as sold. And if you're potentially losing him and yet gaining Donovan Starr, who I think can play, I think he's a guy that could play corner and nickel for you. I do. I've watched him play safety in high school some. He's got enough physicality to play in the box. He could play in the box, even though I think that's Derek Smith's future role. Even though, you know what I mean? Derek's going to play wide receiver at Auburn. That's where he's going to start out. That's what they promised him, and I think they're going to honor that promise. Eventually, I think his natural athleticism is just going to carry him to defense. I do. I think that's where his skill set falls best. But Donovan Starr gives you a lot of versatility or portability to be able to play nickel or corner, and adding him in this class would be absolutely huge, in my opinion.
It would. It would. And I think Auburn is actively working to make that happen, obviously.
Caleb Cunningham signed with Ole Miss. There was some buzz, but not about Auburn. There was some buzz this morning, as recent as this morning, that he might flip back to Alabama.
Yeah, there really was.
Mm-hmm.
There really was. That was something I was tracking, man. But good for Ole Miss for closing the door on that one. Now let's see if Auburn can't return the favor and close the door on Duce. I feel confident on it, but I want to see that one go down too, right? Like that's a staple for me.
You know what, Alan? He's one of those guys. I spent so much time on him in September and October that I decided, after talking to him in person after the A&M game, that I didn't care what happened over the next 10 days. I was going to remember what I felt and how he said it, and listen, he might flip. I don't know. I really don't think so. I told you yesterday, I feel 95% on Duce.
Yeah.
And then that's even after making sure, hey man, let's don't drop the ball. Don't be stubborn. Don't be blinded.
Right.
Peel back that interview and just take an objective look around. Ask some guys, let's make sure about this. And nothing that I heard ever was there any doubt. And again, we've still got an hour and a half before we actually find out.
Sure.
But he'll, I was like, okay, I'm in on him.
No, I'm with you. And there's no one from the Auburn side that I spoke to, either within the NIL space or otherwise, that felt like Duce was going to sign with Ole Miss. They felt like Auburn had done enough. They had the best offer on the table for Duce. They had prioritized Duce. They had strong relational ties to Duce. And I think Duce sees the opportunity to play early at Auburn. All of that is right there in front of him. And so those are attractive parts of signing in this class. And again, you remember how difficult it was for him to flip from Notre Dame.
Yes.
So to do it twice, it just doesn't seem like it's in that kid's nature to do that.
And you know what? That's why I wasn't surprised that he took a visit to Ole Miss. That's why I'm not surprised that he was still listening to Ole Miss. He's a good kid, and it's hard for him to tell people, especially good people, If he's built relationships with people at Ole Miss, he's not going to tell them no, thank you. And we saw that last week when he went to an official visit. We went to the Egg Bowl, and he wasn't there. He was there. He left at least 24 hours early.
Right.
One source said he was there 12 hours. One source said he was there 20 hours. Either way, he left a full day before he had to. So I thought that was very indicative of his commitment to Auburn.
Good gracious.
And what happened?
I just need Auburn football to quit reposting everything.
Yeah, right. Only post the important stuff, big dogs. I know y'all listening.
Jeffrey, do you want to keep this signing day HQ thread stuck to the top, or you want to get it down and get it to repopulate a little bit?
Oh yeah. Oh, on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you updating that?
Yeah, I'm.
Oh, well, then good. Yes, I didn't think I knew I wasn't going to be. So yes, yeah, keep it at the top. I mean, unpin it.
I was going to say, yeah,
bumping it.
Let's
see.
Yeah, because with many guys is going to sign that you're updating that. It'll bump continuously.
Getting killed over here by Auburn football recruiting, reposting.
Okay. Let me ask you guys a question. Offensive line-wise, yes, it was a huge hit to lose Tavares Dice. How are you guys feeling with offensive line recruiting, Jake Thornton's efforts here? You feel like it's solid? Do you feel like it's better than solid?
I think it's solid, but to me, I think you need to ask me again after the portal.
Yes.
Because, I mean, you can go get young prospects in the portal. You can go do whatever you need to do. 4 guys in offensive line class is for what you needed. I think is a little low. I wanted 5 to 6, so that's a concern, I would say. But you know, they got all the air and opportunity to go get whatever they need in the portal. Let's see what they do there. I don't know how that will go just yet. Losing Dice that hurts. I'll be honest, that one hurt. That's a big loss.
I agree. I agree. Now, again, I think you're getting into a numbers issue somewhat because I'm with you. I thought 5 to 6 was the number that you needed from high school to balance only landing 2 from high school the last year. Because on average, you want to take somewhere around, 3 to 5 every year from the high school ranks because it's such a developmental position. And you're falling a little bit short on that number right now, only coming in with 4. But I like the 4 you got. I will say that. I like the 4 you got. Tavares Dice is a big loss. And not being able to replace him with somebody else in this class that you also liked. To me, that's kind of the difference between offense and defensive recruiting right now on the lines of scrimmage, right? You potentially, you lost Nate Marshall yesterday, big piece, right? Mm-hmm. Potentially, you're on verge of adding Zion Grady.
Which is
mitigating that loss, right?
Can y'all hear that? Was that music? Did y'all hear that music?
I did not hear that.
Okay, cool. It was just in my headphones. I didn't want to have to pay for it, I think that's what happens if, even if we have some background music on, you got to pay for that.
Okay. I thought you were playing trombone over there. I didn't know what you...
I left my instrument at home this time. Okay. All right. Blake Woodby's going to join us 10:30.
Okay.
They're having their deal, but I think, like I said, that the announcement time, Darion Smith was around 10 Central Time. They're going to have their signing day ceremony at school at 1:30 or 2, I think. 1 o'clock maybe. Right. But again, that's just a formality for these kids. We'll see
Blake Woodby, man. That's the one guy, instead of writing his interview, I wanted to find a way to put it out there so you could hear how fired up this guy was. Man.
Everybody needs to see Blake Woodby. And Bryce Diaz, too.
He lost his voice. You know what? Let's do this. I want you to hear. Tell me if y'all can hear this.
The game. Talk about it. Great experience. I never got to rush the field at a game ever in my life, and I've pretty much been to every single visit you could possibly think of. So that was a great experience. Getting that W.
Could y'all hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was fired.
That's not his voice. He's cracking.
Well, he said he lost it, But he was screaming. Like, I had to keep, you know how sometimes they won't talk loud enough. You got to keep going a little closer. I was having to come back a little bit. All right. He was fired up, man. He was. It was fun. That was a good. How great was that, Jeffrey? Just to get to talk to those guys about something different,
man.
That A&M game.
We talked about Auburn needing that win. We talked about fans needing that win, dude. We needed that win. We needed that win more than anything. Here we are again. Like, oh man, Auburn got close, man. Can you tell? You know, dude, it was fantastic. It was a lot of fun to talk to recruits that were. I mean, listen, you know it's good when Deuce Knight has been to 6 games prior,
right?
Has said 0 words. Excuse me. He would say no. You want to talk? Nah. Okay.
Yeah.
And he searches us out.
Well, the game before that, Jeffrey, we stopped him. He said, "What y'all want to talk about?" Exactly. And
the Lamar. Oh yeah, I wasn't there for that game.
And we were like, well, you know, we will know what's going on. He's like, we'll talk. Not today.
Be quiet.
Yeah.
Well, the A&M game, he searches us out and he's like, let's talk. Man, it was fantastic. Blah, 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 blah. Coming to Auburn, locked in. Then I was like, you going to Ole Miss next weekend? He was, he was actually very honest. I think on the record during the interview, his first instinct was to say, nah. And I was like, okay. And then we quit and started talking casually off the record. And he was like, yeah, man, I'll probably go. You know, I got good relationships with those coaches. I'll probably go to the game. I was like, oh, hey, man, nothing wrong with that.
Because if he's being transparent with you, he's likely being transparent with the staff, right? And so long as they know, that's truly what matters in recruiting, is having an understanding and a reading of the room so that you can do what you need to do to navigate that situation. If you know about the visit to Ole Miss, you can prepare for that.
Even if off the record he had said, no, I'm not going to Ole Miss. And then later in the week, and I'm going, hey, guys, he's not going. And then later in the week, you hear that he's going. I'm going,
Right.
Why wouldn't he just tell me?
Exactly. It makes it look like you're hiding something, right?
Right. Exactly.
Y'all might hear some music coming from me every once in a while because I'm clicking into our live to put the link out different places. So every time I click on it, I hear our voices. I don't know if y'all hear that or not.
Hey, you know what I can do, I think? Let me show you Zaria's post.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can do that.
I just showed it on the screen, but if you can get it on, share it, that'd be better.
Oh, is that what you were showing?
Yeah.
Kenyatta Watson, who's done a fantastic job for Auburn. He's only been here, 9 months?
Yes. Yeah, he came on board shortly after Javon left to go to UCF.
Oh, that's right. Sure did. I don't know. Director of Recruiting Research and Strategy. But, man, his relationships with the Atlanta area, Georgia, Buford, Grayson. Hell, he's been a big part of Naim Offord. He's been a big part of Duce Knight. He is right in there with all these coaches in there. He's great at building relationships. Justice Terry.
Yes.
Usman Chroma.
Yes.
He's been involved with all of these cats. Justice Terry, by the way, I guess we need to put this out there. Donovan Starr, Justice Terry. After today, those two guys are going to announce final decisions on Friday. Donovan Starr is committed to Auburn. He's going to decide between Auburn, Alabama, and Vanderbilt on Friday. Justice Terry, the 5-star defensive tackle from Manchester, Georgia, will decide between Auburn. I mean, there's a couple of them, but it's mainly Auburn and Georgia from what I've heard. I think Florida State, Miami. There's some other mentionables, but
SC was in the mix there.
Former Georgia commitment, former Southern Cal commitment.
And I think Texas that was in the mix for him?
I think Chad had it yesterday, and I was like, I wasn't even really considering anybody other than Georgia and Auburn.
Yeah, Texas. It's always like that, though. With those big ones, there's this late school that comes into play, and then, I mean, that's kind of the role Auburn's playing. But I mean, it's similar to Amaris Williams last year. When Amaris Williams popped up, that was not the first time we had heard his name. The reason why we hadn't said anything, because he was supposed to be on campus like 3 times and he didn't make it any of the 3 times.
Correct.
I just didn't. I could have mentioned, like, this guy was supposed to. I mean, maybe we did. I can't remember, but it's like he's not making it to campus. So
Why are we? Yeah, why are we discussing?
That's what was happening with Naim Offord. He didn't come at all over the spring, January, March.
Yeah,
it was the June OV, and I think every one of us in our group chat were kind of like, "Huh," because the initial info I got after he committed to Ohio State was good luck. That was what I got back when I said any chance of the kid flipping, right? And that was the response. And then you carry it forward to June and okay, you get an OV. And I'm like, all right, well, maybe this is just him doing due diligence, right? And then it was post Big Cat where you really kind of started to feel like, all right, Auburn's got some traction here. There's something legitimately to this.
Hey, let's don't forget. So this, in the same vein, let's don't forget Zion Grady. Here we are talking about Auburn potentially flipping him from Ohio State today. You know how many games he came to Auburn this season? 0. Now, do you think Nate Marshall flipping to Michigan yesterday?
Really?
Are they the same type player? Are they the same 5?
Have a good day.
Is Zion an edge? I've got him listed as an edge, or buck, whatever it is.
Yeah. So to me, Nate is a guy that's going to start as a 5 and move to a 3. Okay. That's where his frame and body is going to carry him. And I do think he's a little bit of a tweener in that way, where he's not one or the other right now. He's a guy that's probably going to give you snaps at both, and we'll see how his body grows and develops. Zion is kind of the reverse of that a little bit. He's a tweener, but right now I'm having a hard time delineating in between. Is he an end or is he a buck?
Is he a Jakaleb Faulk or is he a Jalen McLeod?
There you go. And I'm having a hard time with that because when I watched his junior film, I didn't see that explosion, the twitch. I thought that you needed to play on the outside in DJ Durkin's scheme. I felt like JJ Faulk fit that role significantly better. But what I flipped on the tape from his senior season over at Enterprise, where he's playing better competition, by the way. Enterprise is, for those that don't know, 7A. You play the top-tier competition in the state of Alabama. I thought that he looked more explosive. I thought his technique was better athleticism. And so now I'm back to thinking, well, maybe he's a buck now, because for a while I thought, okay, he's going to have to play end. He's just not – he's not twitchy enough. He doesn't have that first step explosion off the ball. I think
he's both, Alan.
I think he could be.
Yeah, I think he's
both, like Keldrick and Jalen.
Yeah, I think he can put a hand on the ground. I think he can stand up. I don't think he's your guy that's going to be backing off and playing in coverage, kind of like Crawford and McLeod are doing. But he's a guy that you can stand up and bring him off the edge. But then you can throw him down. You put a hand on the ground. I've talked to him before about this. He doesn't seem to mind. He seems to like it all. So. If Auburn lands this guy, that's right now, we'll see. Ohio State does not want to lose him. I can promise you that.
Absolutely not. I mean, I think if you read the update from the On3 site for our Ohio State site that covers everything for them, and they do a great job over there.
Yes.
He noted that they were battling big time to keep him in the class. So that's a piece they want. Ohio State values Zion Grady. And part of it is, and transparent here, Ohio State has lost some other ends in their class. Lyndon Merritt has since flipped to Colorado. I think they've lost one or will lose one to Michigan today. So they're a little bit wounded right now on their edge board, and they're fighting extremely hard to keep Zion Grady in the class. That's not me taking a shot at Zion as a player. I'm just saying sometimes the reality is what the reality is, and they can't afford to go over on their edge board. So they're battling back to keep him in the class. But This is the interesting part of recruiting, right? Whereas Nate Marshall was in that footprint for Michigan, like a natural geographic footprint, and that the money's equal, probably leans Michigan, specifically coming off a national championship. Zion Grady's in a natural footprint for Auburn. A lot of relationships with kids in this class. If money's equal or better to Auburn, I really like Auburn's chances here. I do.
I think Parker. I think Jordan Crawford's at 10. You know what made me think of this was Timothy Merritt. I don't know if y'all saw that. Timothy Merritt from Parker, I believe. Isn't he opposite of Naim? Auburn took a look at him early. I think they got him into camp and was like, he's kind of that fringe guy. And I think somebody put in a flip prediction for him. He's a good kid. He's a great player.
Tennessee, right?
Maybe that's where it was.
Tennessee, yeah. He's committed to Miami, but
there you go.
Tennessee's got a shot with him. I was going to say, sorry, guys, I've been kind of but one guy to watch that is not Auburn. He is Auburn related because of what I'm about to say, but he's not Auburn related. He's committed to UCLA right now.
Yes.
4-star edge, Epi Sitanale. I don't know how to say his name.
Good luck on that. Let Jeffrey do it.
He's from St. John Bosco, the big school out in California.
Mm-hmm.
That I've heard that possibly could be the plan B, backup plan if Ohio State loses Grady. So if something starts happening with him, that might be.
They are actually doing some damage control, potential damage control.
Ohio State. I chatted with our Ohio State site last night. That Grady is the guy at edge for them in this class, kind of like Jared Smith is right now for Auburn. Like they don't have anybody else that in this class.
Not right now. Not after losing London Merritt to Colorado. And who was I'm trying to think who the other flip was that they lost. They lost somebody to Michigan as of late.
Well, before I forget, one of the reasons I had Zion Grady on the hot board for up until about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And he hadn't been to Auburn. If he didn't come to the A&M game, it was like, what are you even doing? Then he goes to Ohio State this past weekend. He's there for the Michigan game.
Yes.
And he's leaving there saying all the right things. And I'm like, well, good for you, big dog. I really didn't know if he'd ever stick with Ohio State. I didn't know if that would be his. Really, I didn't.
Hey, just wanted y'all to know I'm taking my talents to Auburn Live.
Ooh. How far out are we? Is Zion doing his the same time as Eric? Are they both going at about 8:15 to 8:30?
I think. I have not confirmed that. I have confirmed that Eric Winters is announcing or signing at 8:15.
Got it.
Eric told me that.
Okay.
Let's see.
It feels like it's been a while since we've had an announcement, but it's only 7:45.
Jaden Perlotti, who's been committed to about 6 schools, will flip once again from Southern Cal to Tennessee, according to Chad Simmons and Steve Wiltfong. Speaking of which,
might have been a silent commitment at Auburn once.
Yeah, he was with KJ last year at Big Cat 2023. You remember this?
Yes, he was. And it was with KJ.
Zach said it's not valid, Cole, until you can throw a BOL hat onto the table.
Oh my God!
Into the crowd. Unfortunately, put that BOL hat on.
I do not own a BOL hat, unfortunately.
But yeah, Jaden Perlotti last year at Big Cat, he's a junior at the time. KJ Bolden, his roommate or his classmate, teammate, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm going to go wherever KJ goes." Basically, and KJ was trending towards Auburn at the time.
Yeah, he was.
Was that about the time where you think he might have been a silent?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe another time too, but I can't remember exactly when that was.
That dude was all over the place.
I couldn't keep up with him. I decided to stop. I figured he would end up somewhere eventually, and it wouldn't be Auburn.
But Chad and Steve Wiltfong had put in a prediction for him. I think KJ Lacey has signed with Texas. Good for him.
Good for him. Sark prioritized him early, and then there was conversation with Auburn. I mean, he was on Auburn's board. But I think he was sold on the vision that Sark had for him. And the fact that Sark's had quarterbacks that have been different sizes before and been successful with them. When you look at some of the slight frame guys that he worked at USC, Washington, Alabama, and was able to have success with those guys, I think that was an attractive thing for KJ Lacey. And you always like people that are loyal to you in this industry or in this business, right? Like people that are sold on you from very early on. It just probably gave KJ and his family a lot of comfort there that, okay, they're not looking to recruit over me in this class. They're sold on me. I'm their guy. And I got to go out there and compete, right? Arch Manning is not an easy guy to beat for a position. So if you want to play, you got to go out there and you got to really play.
I thought it lined up perfectly for him. You've got Arch Manning playing this year. KJ will probably redshirt next year. And now you've got 2 years to compete realistically. Is that right?
They got a little bit of a conundrum on their hands, though, because there's some word that, their starter might not be done. So the path might not necessarily be clear for Arch.
J. Lee's Pinkhead has outed himself in the comments.
Has he? Has he really?
He has. If you want to know his real name.
Uh-oh. Somebody's stalking him on Facebook right now. I guarantee it.
I missed it. I always miss the good stuff.
There it is.
There you go. Jonathan Whaley.
Look at your screen there, Jeffrey.
I see it now. Oh, okay.
Maybe TC Tuggers will out himself. I'm going to see what his real name is.
Oh, TC Tuggers. He's a pretty interesting guy, I think. TC Tuggers.
I suspect he is.
We have a lot of interesting people on the corner.
You can't come up with a board name like TC Tuggers and not be an interesting guy.
Is that like a character off a movie?
Didn't we have this conversation already?
Did we?
I think we did. And unless you're talking about, some late time showtime.
It is, dude. It is. TC Tuggers is like a T-shirt.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's a men's perfect.
Be careful.
Yeah, I was going to say, man.
Really?
Yeah,
be careful what I'm Googling here.
Yeah, I was going to say, man, that's dangerous territory. I think.
Is it a male adult porn star?
I mean, I figured you were sliding into some David Duchovny Red Shoe Diaries type stuff over there.
Oh no, this was okay. Whatever, man. I might have to figure that out later. Wish you were here. Maybe I'm telling you, it's from a movie. Oh, all right. But yes, KJ Lacey, Alan. Let's don't forget. I would say he was in Auburn's top 5 QB targets
easily.
Yeah.
Specifically after Ken Austin came on board. I don't know where he stood with Philip Montgomery. I felt like he was somebody they could have gotten early, and Philip Montgomery continued to kind of move in a different direction from KJ. But once Ken Austin came on board, it felt like, yes, he was squarely in the mix because you had Juju Lewis, Husan Longstreet, Duce Knight, KJ was in that group.
Mm-hmm. I would say at least 4.
Yeah, who else would you probably put in that top-tier group of guys that really evaluated?
Speaking of which, of Philip Montgomery, Ryan Montgomery, you remember him? He was a target early on.
Very early on.
Philip Montgomery really liked him. He has stuck with Georgia.
Oh, there was a chance he might flip to Florida. We're starting to see that a little bit.
And his dad was a big Auburn guy.
He was.
Yeah.
I think that probably if Philip Montgomery stays in the class, stays on the staff, that's probably the guy that you land early on. I felt like Philip Montgomery really liked Ryan Montgomery. Thought he could execute his offense.
Carday Smith officially signs with Colorado, former Auburn commitment.
Yeah, I think.
Got a lot of questions about him. Does Auburn circle back? I don't think Auburn even reached out.
That bridge was burnt, man.
As soon as he decommitted, it was over.
Yeah, I don't think it was bad by any means. It's just when you get in this NIL world, man, it can be kind of cutthroat and hey, Coach Wyndham, what's up? With him, it's I felt like that Auburn maybe had an idea for where he was valued, and maybe he had a different one. Right. Is that fair?
Sure. No, I think that's extremely fair. And for all intents and purposes, he found a good fit for himself in Colorado. It's probably a place that he's going to play sooner rather than later. Because while I think that Coach Prime has raised the talent on that team, they still kind of have what I would call a mash unit up front at Colorado at times, where they need some more P4 type guys. I think they've got a lot of just mediocre talent up front. And Shador paid for it this year. He still got routinely drilled. Some of that's on his own. I mean, some of that's on him for holding the ball.
You know what? I did not watch one Colorado game.
I did.
I didn't. Not for any reason other than just, Shador. He was in the Heisman conversation, then he just wasn't.
I think it's because Travis Hunter was just so exceptional. You're not going to have two candidates off the same team.
He's the Heisman dude. There's no way he's not. He is fantastic.
Well, have you ever seen a guy? And we're off topic here a little bit. We're talking about things other than Auburn because I think we're killing a little bit of time here. But a guy with that level of balance and body control that can play the way he can on both sides, and the amount of snaps, Cole. I mean, that's the unreal part. Because you're talking about a guy that's logging 70+ snaps on both sides of the ball.
Which, if you want to tie this back to Auburn, there is a guy that Auburn is supposed to sign today, expected to sign today, that could play either way. You put him on offense or defense, I don't care.
Derek Smith.
Put him wherever you want. Derek Smith. Doesn't matter. He's going to make plays. Edward from Selma, you know how he feels about that.
Absolutely.
Speaking of guys that are going to make plays, Jakaleb Faulk.
Yes.
Put him on the field.
Love JJ Faulk. Okay.
Love him as a dude, by the way. Solid dude is JJ Faulk. Love him as a player. He's gotten better and better over the years that I've gone to see him. Been watching him since 9th grade. He has just gotten better each year. I think he has Highland home undefeated.
They lost.
When?
Last week. Last weekend.
Was it to Real
You know
Town?
what? I didn't do my commit tracker.
Yeah.
Was it Real Town?
6-0. Yeah.
No way.
Yes.
I went to the Real Town game last year. It was a game just like that. It was a slugfest. Real Town got them last year too. So,
but 6-0, both Alvin and JJ lost in the semis.
But they had the number one defense state of Alabama, averaging about 4.6 points a game given up.
Yeah, him and his cousin CJ May both had big years.
Where's CJ? He was at Notre Dame at one point.
Yeah,
Louisville, I think.
Louisville. He's going to sign with Louisville.
That's good.
But JJ is one of those kind of guys that it's going to be really interesting to see where he plays at Auburn. I know they've got him as an off-the-ball linebacker. I think he's got a lot of versatility to his game and somebody that could play at the buck, somebody that could play at the mic.
You mean JJ Faulk?
Yeah, look at him. He's here with us right now.
From Highland Home, Alabama?
Speak of the devil.
I'm telling you, but it's exciting to see where he's going to line up and play because I think there's just so many different things he can do on a football field.
JJ, speaking of which, man, congratulations on signing day. You're going to have your announcement or your signing ceremonies. What time did you tell me?
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock. How does it feel, man, to finally be ending this long process for you?
It's been a very long process. It's exciting because I've worked all my life for this, and now I get to be where I want to be.
JJ, speaking of where you want to be on the field specifically, where do you see yourself be projecting at Auburn? Mike, outside, edge?
Really, wherever they want to put me, because I can play every single one of them. Because I play them now, and I'm pretty sure I can do it at the same next level.
JJ, how you took some other visits? Everybody had you pegged to Auburn. Obviously, your brother at Auburn. Hour and a half down the road. How serious did you look at other schools?
I looked at other schools pretty seriously because I always wanted to figure out if Auburn was my real home or if they were my real home. And I just wanted to make sure I made the right decision.
Who were some of those other schools? I think Alabama, you visited Alabama.
It was Alabama and Florida.
Florida. That's right. I forgot about Florida. That was how close were they?
We was good. You said
I mean, like, did they give you a lot to think about, or?
Oh yeah, it was a lot of stuff. I've been talking to them ever since 8th grade, and I've always liked them, and I always loved them. I'm down there pretty much, and they gave me a lot to think about and a lot to talk about. So,
who was your biggest pull to Auburn? Was it Coach Aldridge? Was it Coach Freeze, Coach Durkin? Who were some of the guys that played the biggest roles in you choosing Auburn?
Your brother.
Keldrick's getting enough credit. I'm gonna give somebody else.
I got you.
It was Keldrick. It was Freeze, and it was Coach Aldridge. I mean, the way Coach Freeze came in and just flipped Kel like that, the way he changed the program, the way Kel's doing right now, and the way Coach Aldridge he coaches and teaches. I fell in love with that way too.
Fellas, y'all want to jump in here? I'm hogging the mic.
JJ, man, we talked to you after just about every game, whether on the record or off the record, as you were leaving. The big question fans had all year was, Auburn's struggling a little bit on the field, but how do you take it as recruits? What's the message from Coach Freeze, all that stuff?
I mean, just stick with it. I mean, I know we're going through a tough patch right now. I know we're going through a rough time, but it's all right. I mean, next year is going to be different. I promise you that. If we keep every recruit that we have right now, I promise you that this program will change.
And when you look at the class coming in with you, around you, several guys have signed already, several more to come. Might be some new names pop in there. I mean, how do you feel about these guys coming in to combine with all the freshmen that just made all these plays this year?
I mean, it goes to show that freshmen does make plays, yes, and it's kind of amazing. We have a lot of talent that's coming in with me right now, in the linebacker room as well, and I feel like we can do some great things out there.
Good deal.
Speaking of linebacker, give us an updated height and weight for us, JJ. Where are you at? Because you look every bit of 240 on tape right now. I'll be honest with you.
Right now, I'm about 6'3.5". I would say about 235, 240.
Price is right rules. You went over, Alan.
I'm telling you, man.
JJ, before we go, man, we going hunting?
Oh yeah, we go hunting now. I'm serious.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna go hunting, dude. I'm gonna take you hunting.
Are you gonna you gonna put him in the woods?
Well, Highland Home,
Crenshaw County, man.
Yeah.
Caleb, Caleb Cole.
Yeah.
He's that's where his hunting club is, and that's where I hunted down in Brantley last year, but Caleb's hunting club is there in Highland Home, right up the road, man. From it don't matter. What's that little hardware store?
I don't even know what that's called. I don't even know what that.
I don't either, but the little hardware store, the little green building there.
Yeah. You got that. It don't matter. You got a little sit-go over there.
You do.
Have you eaten at Raymer Cafe?
I have not eaten.
Dude, go up to Kickback and turn right. Go down there and eat at that Raymer Cafe. That's good. Oh, and then you can go on down to Little Red's.
Oh yeah, I ate it.
Do you like it?
Oh yeah, I love it.
All right, we'll get along just fine. JJ, thanks so much for joining us, big dog. Congratulations, man. Looking forward to seeing what you do here at Auburn.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You got it.
Thanks, JJ.
Yes, sir.
5-star dude right there, fellas.
Oh, for sure. For sure. And again, you hear him 6'3.5", 235, 240 right now. It'll be interesting to see how his body continues to transform once he gets at Auburn, because this isn't a shot at Highland Home, but a 2A strength and conditioning program is not in the same stratosphere as where he's going to be at Auburn, working under Coach Dom, and all the things that are going to change his body. So does he go up? Does he streamline? It's hard for me to imagining him playing at anything less than 250, given the way that you've seen guys just naturally add weight at Auburn. And if he's at 250, I think he will play a lot off the edge, and that's a big part of his game, Jeffrey. I mean, he's got some natural twitch and pass rush ability about him that you just can't coach. Some some really nice lean to his game, and an ability to bend the pocket when he does come off the edge. But again, enough versatility to play off the ball. He's got more athleticism than I would have given him credit for this time last year, as far as making that transition to a true off-the-ball linebacker and being able to play that Mike position. So
athletic that he played receiver some for Highland Home, caught touchdowns, and he averaged like
Elijah Melendez is
in the house. Elijah Melendez, big one right there, man.
That's a huge one. Now, credit to Jay Lee and Chad Simmons on that. They got that nailed down the other day, but you still hold your breath on any kid that flirted as hard as he did with Oregon, or was perceived to have flirted with Oregon the way that he did. Now, Melendez doesn't talk to a lot of people, right? Like, that's not.
No, he's not.
Not anymore.
That last interview I put up had people in shambles. He just didn't say much, man. He's just not into it.
It's just not his deal. And with ambiguity, creates anxiety, right?
Yeah.
The two A's usually roll back to back with each other. And so when the Oregon side, I think it's Scooped Up, is that what they call themselves? Started to report that Melendez was starting to trend towards them. I think there was some nervousness amongst the fan base. It felt like the coaching staff always thought that they had him locked in, though. I never sensed from the Auburn side that they were overly concerned. But you always wonder what's on the periphery of a recruitment and what's the motivating factor, who's the shot caller, a decision maker. And it seemed like Elijah was making his own calls.
Well, I did a crossover deal. Oh. All right, there's Shamar Arnoux. He has flipped to Florida State.
Okay. As expected, no surprise there on that.
Right.
Nice timing there by Auburn.
Yeah,
yes.
you know they orchestrated that a little bit.
Yes. I did a crossover deal with our Oregon site on Melendez. They asked me several questions about our stance on his recruitment, and I kept coming back to this. And y'all forgive me for the sun; it's killing me. I got to find a way to get that. But DJ Durkin was the pull, man. That was the pull. I mean, that was all he talked about beforehand when it was in question what he was going to do, stay with Miami or go to Auburn. I felt like as long as DJ Durkin's going to be there, that Elijah Melendez is going to be there. Now, what does that tell you? Elijah Melendez sticks with it. I think he got a really big NIL offer from Oregon. So I think that probably means DJ Durkin's going to be around too, right?
I haven't heard anything, and DJ's had a really great year, right? And if you're an Auburn fan, I think what you're probably worried about is losing him, not necessarily to another defensive coordinator position. I think his contract is structured in a way that there's enough of a penalty that would probably, even if he were interested, prohibit him from maybe taking another DC job. But it's the head coaching job, because he took what Ron Roberts did the year before and took it a step forward. Now we've got to get a little bit better on getting off the field on third down. But beyond that, I felt like this defense was extremely sound. Run gap integrity was there, where they just the fits at times, and maybe that was some personnel driven. Cole, you would know this better than me, but we would get out of our gap and we were undisciplined at so many different times last year, and you just didn't see that this year.
No, it was much better.
The expression "do your job," you know what I mean? Like stay in your gap. That was something that was drilled home with these guys, and you saw that as far as run defense was concerned this year. They were significantly more, I guess, technically sound there.
All right, let's see. What have I done here?
I'm trying to look to see if Enterprise has got a signing day ceremony that's going to be streaming.
Ooh.
Yes. Fixed it. The sun was killing me.
I saw that.
I don't have blinds, for anybody wondering, for this window, this one particular window. All right, so Elijah Melendez signs with Auburn. Shamar Arnoux flips to Florida State.
Yep.
Like Jeffrey's been just on top of that very well. We're rolling.
Okay, so what's next? We got Eric Winters at 8:15.
Yes, you got Eric Winters at 8:15, and then we're going to be on alert for Zion Grady. And I'm Go ahead.
I was gonna let me pull up the HQ and pull up the signing, because here's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting next for, here we go. So just looking at the signing times, Cal Ellis is in, Ryan G is in, Hollis Davidson is in, still waiting on Devin Williams. John McGuire is in, Jared Smith is in, still waiting on Anquan Fegans. Shamar Arnoux is out. So that leads me to believe Eric Winters, Zion Grady, Malik Autry, all within the next hour. And then of course we've got Deuce, Antonio Coleman in the 9 o'clock hour. So I'm looking for Anquan Fegans, looking for Devin Williams, and then the Enterprise. Will Zion Grady make his decision at the same time as Eric Winters?
Right. That's a big one.
Yeah. Yes, it's very big.
Yeah. That's a big one because it's going to kind of set the tone. And then do we have a time on Naim Offord?
I will say this. I have not confirmed this, but AU Tigers 07, who I have all the confidence in the world in, posted on the corner yesterday. He's a fantastic guy who knows his stuff. If AU Tigers 07 posts it, you need to read it. But he said, he wrote that Naim was expected to, or he expected him to commit or announce around 10:30 a.m. Central Time, which kind of lines up, if you look back at that announcement times. Jordan Crawford, Naim's teammate, is announcing or having his signing at 10 a.m. So I could see Jordan Crawford, Timothy Merritt, those guys signing with their schools, and then Naim announcing at 10:30.
Yep. And I think it's being reported elsewhere, 10:30 for Naim Offord.
Okay. There you go.
That's what 24/7 just put out on Twitter, that I'm seeing that now, 10:30 for Naim.
Man, I tell you what, I listen, I'm looking at Twitter right now, and it's people posting, gifs of stuff like FSU's throwing money out and Michigan and Dave Portnoy. Good for what's your problem?
There is no problem, right? You think
No.
Auburn's not doing the same thing?
You think Georgia's not doing the same thing?
Right.
Like, I hate that.
Now,
Listen, and listen, if Shamar Arnoux, if Florida State was offering him and valued him more than Auburn, and that was more important to him, good for you, man. Who cares how they got him? They got him.
Right.
You want to keep him? Figure it out. If not, that's okay.
Sure. And
don't make the money excuse.
No.
It's legal.
I hate it when other journalists do that, when they talk about taking the bag. Because look, and I get that there's an emotional component to this, right? Where some people in this industry, they're true fans, and they let that kind of drive some of what they write or post, or fans themselves on social media. I think right now what you are seeing, though, teams like Florida State, Florida, Michigan is a team that didn't necessarily embrace NIL early on. I think the house settlement and the fact that you're going to have rev share coming in has given them confidence to offer some bigger NIL deals, because they know they've secured money down the road. This is all going to come into play in July. So for early enrollees, you only have to get through the front part of a deal on your collective. So 6 months or what have you, from January to July. And then your rev share will be able to account for everything else that you've promised this person. So teams that were a little bit scared of playing in the NIL space, I think they feel much more comfortable now, knowing where that money's secured from and how it's coming out of the athletic department budget, to be able to embrace that somewhat, wrap their arms around it, and pursue it a little bit more aggressively. Or
Guys,
at
least I'm sorry to cut you off, Alan. I believe Anquan Fegans has signed.
Hell yes.
It's not up by the Auburn Twitter yet, but the chat must have been watching something on a live stream, because it's going crazy about it.
Okay.
We'll see if it comes up here in the next few minutes. Go ahead, Alan. I'm sorry.
No, I spoke to somebody in the NIL space, and that's what they communicated back to me is that you're seeing teams that didn't necessarily have NIL money before or collective money before, and now they're playing aggressively in this space. So I do think you're going to continue to see talent spread out across the landscape. The days of people just 5-star after 5-star after 5-star, I think you're going to see that go more and more away. You're going to see more 1 to 2 5-stars per class. for some of these top-rated classes, and there's the dispersion of talent across the landscape because everybody's playing on the same financial playing field. I mean, everybody's playing with about $20 million at the P4 level to build your football and basketball rosters. So,
right. Yep.
And let me ask this question. Would you guys take a job that was offering you more or less? You know what I mean? Like, that's how I look at it.
It is. And most kids look at it that way. And some
We're
kids
sitting here, aren't we, Cole?
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, some kids look at it and go, but I really want to be at Auburn. How can we make that work?
Yeah, right.
I'll take it for a little less. You know what I mean?
But you got to be ballpark, right?
I can guarantee you that's happened. It happened last year with a couple guys. I know it did. So, I don't want to get into all of it because you hear all these numbers thrown around, and I don't like to give the numbers that we hear because I don't trust it. I don't know if it's true or not. Just because somebody offered more doesn't mean that's the reason they got them.
Saquon Miles signed with Mississippi State.
Did he? Ole Miss thought they were flipping him.
Saquon Miles, the number 1 JUCO offensive tackle. I think he's from Greenville, Alabama. Auburn kicked the tires with him for a little bit, but he has signed with Mississippi State. That's a big get for State.
It is.
They're also going to get Spencer Dolan.
That's right.
That'll be nice for them. We were talking about Enterprise. Coach Wyndham got, I know that in the comments right there. He says that, he wishes Auburn would have pursued Andrew Purcell, and I got to tell you,
that was another one.
I agree with him. I watched Andrew Purcell live. I watched Enterprise live 3 times this year, I think, or twice. Grady always stood out. Of course, Eric Winters was the warrior. But man, Andrew Purcell matched up against Dalen Upshaw. Purcell won that battle over and over, and Upshaw's good. He had his plays. But when they went to him one-on-one, it was Purcell that was winning those. And he's an athlete, dude. I think that's a pretty good player.
He is. I think he's a nickel at the next level. I think he's going to have limitations playing on the outside at corner. But as a nickel, I'm with you. I liked him and thought that maybe somebody similar to last year. I think you and I both thought there were a couple guys that Auburn could have taken earlier and they chose not to, that they may regret, 2 years down the line. But again, that's kind of where you are in the talent acquisition game, taking projects or guys that are going to take a little bit of development time beyond the lines of scrimmage, because you're still going to take developmental prospects on offense and defensive line. That's just how it works. Because for those that don't know, portal prices on premier defense and offensive linemen through the roof. It's a significant better investment to get these guys as freshmen, and you get a little bit of a discount on retention, right? Like if they hit, most of the time you're going to get a little bit of a discount to retain them by comparison to taking it on a free market and trying to pick them up through the transfer portal. But you don't gamble so much at the skill positions. I feel like either you're in or you're out with most prospects there because you feel like you can get what you need from the portal at those spots.
Still nothing from Auburn's official Twitter page on Anquan Fagans yet, but I think it's possible he signed. We'll see.
Mal Waldrop to Alabama. He stuck with Alabama. Central Phoenix City offensive lineman. Again, yep. Auburn took a look at.
Yeah.
I can't remember how hard they pushed. It was so long ago, it feels like.
Well, and don't forget we got Malik Autry coming up at 8:32, so that's another one.
How about Mississippi State? Tony Mitchell. Mississippi State putting together some guys. Tony Mitchell, the former Thompson stud.
Yeah.
Alabama signee.
Sure.
Went the JUCO route and has now signed with Mississippi State. He visited Auburn mid-season.
There it is. Look at Cole.
What?
It's on Instagram, Fagans. It's not on Twitter yet. It's on Instagram.
What was it?
Fagans signing official.
So it's on the Auburn Instagram, or is it on his Instagram?
On the Auburn Instagram. It's not on the Auburn Twitter yet. I've been following the Twitter. Maybe I need to.
Somebody tell their social media department to step it up here.
They're waiting on.
They're having a day. They're having a day.
I can only imagine, man.
Okay, so you said what was it called? Who posted on Instagram?
The Auburn official page has
Oh, really?
Fagan signing, but they don't have it on Twitter yet. They got it on Instagram. So,
Oh my God, that means whoever's doing it's like 17.
They may
Get
be-
off.
I'm gonna go ahead and go with it. I'm gonna go ahead and go with it.
Sure, they've announced it.
Let's do
Yeah.
it.
I mean, that's a
Although we know X is the true.
Well, that's what I thought, but Instagram, everybody's on that now. So
Fagans.
see. Insta's just so hard for me to search, man. That's the hard
I
part.
know I don't like it for some reason. Not a
No,
fan.
X is so much easier.
Yeah, Duce Knight's the one. I keep getting notifications on Twitter of people going, I'm nervous about Duce Knight, man. That's the one. You'd like to see him go ahead and get it done, right?
Well, and you will. I mean, I think he goes first thing this morning. He's a 9 a.m. guy, I believe.
Mm-hmm. I think he's doing it on stream service.
He's doing it on 24/7, right? Isn't he doing it live with them? I think.
No, man, they canceled that. Stay locked into Auburn on 3 for all.
Yeah, my bad, dog.
No, I'm just kidding. All right, so we're waiting on now. We're waiting on the X post, but I'm not going to count that. So, Cole Pinkston just broke the news.
It's up.
There we go.
Let's get that one.
But I think as far as the signing times that I posted earlier, that's called up until except for Devin Williams.
Yeah. So right now we're waiting on Eric Winters. Everybody else is in, right?
Right.
So you got Winters, Malik Autry, and then Deuce Knight and Antonio Coleman are your next
There it
like
is.
4.
There it
guys.
is.
There it is on Twitter.
Okay. See, they heard us.
Yeah. Thanks, big dog.
Yeah. Kirk Sampson's tightening up those strings over there.
Shoot, Kirk's still in the bed.
All right. Well, that was one of the ones I would have put on my list for. Let's get that one done, right? Let's go ahead.
Yeah, look, Anquan Fagan's huge. Let's talk about it. Cole, give me your 2-minute spiel on how valuable Anquan Fegans is in this class.
Listen, to me, I think I have him number 2 or did I have him number 1? No, I didn't have him number 1.
I think you either had him 2 or 3 in the last breakdown that we did.
Yeah, top 3. The reason for that, man, is because he's just advanced at this stage. He's so advanced. I think he's going to play immediately. I don't know if he's going to start, but he's got, I mean, just like his former teammate, Caleb Harris, he's going to end up taking the snaps from people because he knows what he's doing already, and he's a turnover machine.
He is, man.
I have a special place for players who create turnovers. I thought Auburn getting rid of Donovan Kaufman, losing Donovan Kaufman.
Yeah.
I thought that was huge. That dude knew how to turn the ball over. I don't care if he can't cover. Don't put him in coverage. Put him out there and get a turnover. There's nothing bigger in the game of football than a turnover.
Sure.
And Anquan Fagans knows how to do it. I'm talking like once a game.
Yeah.
So to me, that is a top 3 player in a top 5 class in the country.
Sure.
Everything about him is just like he's ready to go.
Well, and if you're looking at needs in this class, I mean, I think our safeties, that was a huge need there. Losing Thompson after this year, I mean, I thought he was huge. That's the position they're recruiting Anquan Fagans to come in and play. So absolute need. I think they'll address it through the portal as well. But having a kid of his caliber.
Pull that up real quick while we're talking.
If he can grow and develop the way that I think he can, you're talking about a guy that can play. I mean, he's a 3-year.
Boom.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Yeah.
Scoop and score.
I was on that sideline when he did that.
Were you?
Yeah.
This guy's really good. Let me tell you something. We talk about underranked people, underranked commitments and signees.
He's a 4-star, but
I think he's underranked. I think he could be I think he can make a case for a 5-star. He is a dominant safety, a dominant safety in the Alabama's largest and most competitive classification in the high school ranks that Thompson would put up. Playing national teams too. Look at him.
I saw something too with his hand size and his arm length is like 98th or 99th percentile for safeties.
And look, let's be honest here. Because of the way safeties are evaluated and valued within the recruiting structure, right? They put such an emphasis on NFL draft potential. That's why he's not a 5-star. Because if you look at
he's a first-round guy.
He potentially is. But they put a premium on corners, quarterbacks, offense and defensive linemen, pass rushers. Those are your guys that typically are going to be your 5-stars in every class because of the emphasis of the position. But I'm with you. As far as overall value and impact in this class, Anquan Fegans, you know what I mean? He's an impact guy. Again, I think there are 2 guys in this class that you're going to see playing this time next year as true freshmen, and both of them are in Birmingham. And I think they both have the potential to start at times at Auburn.
Savion Hardy. Auburn kicked the tires on him, the number 1 JUCO defensive tackle.
Yeah, they did.
Where did he go? He flipped from Mississippi State to South Carolina.
South Carolina's going to have a good day today, I think.
Yeah, Savion Hardy.
He's from Macon, Georgia, right?
Yes, sir. East Georgia.
Okay, that makes sense then for South Carolina. And I think he was committed to them out of high school, if I remember correctly.
Sounds right.
I think he committed to them out of high school, so that's...
Oh, Gibby Mosley became a YouTube member. Britt Martin. How about you, fellas?
We've gotten some
Michael Pugh. Roderick Thomas. Chris Richards. Oh, Chris Miles. How about you, big dog? I don't know him from Adams House Cat.
But
I do now, though, Chris. Welcome to the family, big dog.
Welcome to the family. I hear you.
Almost spilled my water.
Oh, did you? I thought you saw something come across the old X.
No,
right.
What?
So, signed letter of his intent at this point, we have Jared Smith, Hollis Davidson, Elijah Melendez, Ryan G., Kel Ellis, Ty Buster, Jacoby Ward. Did he sign?
Yes.
Okay, Jacoby Ward and John Allen McGuire. Now we're adding Anquan Fegans to that. It's been officially announced.
He's done.
Right.
Done deal.
We're waiting on Eric Winters. That's the one.
I think they're actively signing right now. Enterprise. I think they're doing it.
Do we have a live stream for that?
Not sure.
God, man.
Not sure.
Okay. Our technical expert and guru of the show, Zach in the back, says he can't find a live stream. And if he can't find it, then my guess is it doesn't exist.
I will say I'm hearing some confidence that Grady sticks with Ohio State.
Okay.
I'm getting a little bit of that right now.
Let's see. I guess we'll just have to tune in. I feel like last year we had a little bit more access to some streams.
We did. There were more kids that were doing live streams.
I think we found them on Facebook.
Facebook, Insta, there were a handful.
The Facebook.
It is. Well, it was the Facebook, right?
OGs, remember?
OGs did. You actually had to have a college email address at that one time.
Oh, sure did.
That was before us olds overtook Facebook, huh?
I was more of a MySpace guy myself.
I'm sure you were.
Yeah, boy. Hey, speaking of Enterprise, man, let's take a look at Eric Winters.
Yeah.
Because I think both of you guys love him.
I do. I don't think Eric's as ready to play as Anquan. It's different. He's a different player. He's more of probably your traditional box safety or a guy that's going to grow into a linebacker position. Now, I know, look, Charles Kelly knows more about safety play than I will ever know, and he thinks that kid is a safety all day, every day. He does. He thinks he can play the boundary safety spot and be a guy that's extremely successful at Auburn. I think his body is going to carry him down in the box. I just do. But he's still a versatile piece that you can use in a lot of different ways. I just think that I just think it's going to take a little more time with him. I think probably as a sophomore.
Is that Eric Winters taking the kickoff back?
It is. He's an ultra athlete, man.
Who did I tell you he reminded some folks of? Derwin James?
Yes, Derwin James from Florida State, a guy that Charles Kelly coached for the national championship team down there at Florida State.
There you go. Yeah, I think Charles Kelly looks at this guy and goes, yeah, I've coached a guy just like this before, and I want another one.
Yeah, look how quickly he gets point A to point B, man. Boom.
I just can't believe that. He's a big dude.
He is. I mean, he's every bit of 210.
Oh, he fell a bit.
Yeah,
Okay.
he did.
All right, what's he going? He walking up safety, box safety. Is that where you got him right here?
Yep. You see how quickly he diagnoses that and gets downhill, man?
Oh, he's helping. I think anytime. Let's see, what did it come down to? Was he kind of like a Joe Phillips? This, like Georgia was on him. They thought they had him, and Auburn came in and got him.
I think maybe less so than Joe. Now, Georgia thought they made a move. And I think at one point our information said Georgia had him.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then he delayed his commitment. Auburn got him back on campus. Charles Kelly. Let's talk about the value of Charles Kelly being added to this staff.
It doesn't get talked about enough.
It doesn't. Charles Kelly might be the alpha dog recruiter on this staff because of how many different recruitments he's involved in. And I'm talking about on both sides of the ball. He recruits in his territory, outside his territory, his position, other people's positions. He's not just locked into one.
Sorry to interrupt
Eric
again.
Winters.
Eric Winters is signed.
Speaking of the devil.
There you go. Big one.
So Eric Winters is in. That's huge. Fended off Georgia. I think with Grady, I think he's already signed his papers.
Okay.
With Ohio State?
I'm hearing that it might be Ohio State that he signed with.
Okay.
So, we're waiting on that. We'll see what happens here. But that's what I'm hearing right now.
Okay.
Hey, Cole, will you put a little quick note up on the board that what you're hearing? Or is he about to do it?
I already did. I
Okay.
put it in our thread. I haven't
Okay,
put
cool.
it on.
Great.
Let's see. I got to get that out now.
Let's see. Okay, so Zion Grady should be up, and I think Devin Williams is the only one that we kind of bypassed, but Buford might be having signing days. Hell, let me just ask him. Devin's pretty good.
We need to give Eric Winters a little love, man. I'm telling you, if you can get his highlight, you already did, but that guy, man, Georgia did not want to let him get away. Georgia really didn't want that to end. They tried to get him in the boat over there. He was leaning Georgia at one point. He told, I think, Chad Simmons, I was feeling Georgia.
Yeah.
It felt very eerily similar to the Joe Phillips commitment, did it not?
Yes. Yep. That's what I was saying. I thought Georgia was like the presumed team to beat.
They were. I feel like Auburn laid better groundwork with Eric, and they had more of a rapport there. So I never felt as like with Joe. I mean, I had assumed he was signing with Georgia. Like hey man. With Eric, I always had some confidence that Auburn would be able to get him back in the class, even if he signed with Georgia or even if he committed to Georgia.
Yeah.
With Joe, I didn't feel that way. I thought, okay, this was done. And it's probably the difference in me seeing Hugh Freeze be able to work his magic in a recruiting class and having the confidence, hey, these guys know how to read a recruitment. They know who the decision maker is. They know how to get it done in a critical moment. And you saw that time over time in the last class. And I think that's kind of it's given me some trust and faith in this staff. Like, all right, eventually they're going to get it done. Like they're not out on this.
Let's see.
I asked about a stream with Enterprise, but it's over. Their signing day is over. So,
Okay.
Zion Grady has signed with someone, and I'm hearing it's Ohio State.
Okay. I've been looking at the Ohio State board to see if there's been any report just yet, and nothing yet on their end.
Let's pull up our signing day HQ and just kind of go over what's out here. What are we looking at here as far as announcements goes? All right, so we've got Eric Winters, Shamar Arnoux flipped, Elijah Melendez is in, Jared Smith, Ryan G, Jacoby Ward, Kel Ellis, Hollis Davidson, Ty Buster, John McGuire. Still waiting on Deuce Knight, Alvin Henderson, Derek Smith, Eric Smith, Sam Turner, Scholl, Antonio Coleman, Jordan Crawford, Malik Aldridge, Jakaleb Faulk, Bryce Dees, Blake Woodby, and Devin Williams. Donovan Starr will announce on Friday. Announcement times. Got all these cats in. Devin Williams, we're still waiting to get called up on. He is the Zion Grady. And then Malik Aldridge is at 8:30. So Malik will be coming out. And then Deuce and Antonio in the next hour. So,
yeah, I think
I like how they spaced it out for us,
I think Malik Aldridge might be up next.
He is. Malik's up next at 8:30.
Any minute with him, probably. Sorry, trying to get this going here.
Juan Vegas, Eric Winters both being in. Jared Smith being in. That's big. Both of those guys being in is big. You're looking at when you've got the number. By the way, Auburn is still, I think there's been a change at the top in the on-3 rankings. Zach, I'm going to share this. There's been a change at the top, folks.
Who we got here? Oh, Texas.
Ooh.
Really?
Who did
Auburn's still at 5. Just a change at the top. Texas, Alabama, Georgia. How about being number 5 in the country and being number 4 in the SEC?
Tells you what kind of league you're playing in, right? Now, not every one of those will hit, but it certainly lets you know where you stand from a competition standpoint. Now, how many of those are Big Ten and SEC in the top 10?
All of them.
There you go.
Every one of them.
I mean, hell, go all the way down. You got to get to Notre Dame before you get outside the SEC.
The number 1 ACC school, Miami, ranked 13th in the country.
Yep. And Florida took it to Miami the past couple of days. They have flipped a couple of guys from them.
Texas, Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Auburn, 4 of the top 5 in the SEC. Oregon, Michigan, A&M, LSU, Tennessee, 3 of the – so I guess that's 7 of the top 10. 8 of the top 11 in the SEC. There's Oklahoma, 9 of the top 14. Yeah, it's a pretty good league.
Yeah.
Hey, let's let me pull this up real quick, and let me stop sharing that because I want to hear what Charles Kelly has to say about. Oh man, there it was. I missed it. Damn it. Here we go. Let me share this, Zach. There we go.
Well, first of all,
Can y'all hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
your boy Fagans, Anquan Fagans, is first of all very multiple defensive back. He's played every position in the secondary. He has got great ball skills, has great man-to-man ability, is a good blitzer off the edge. He's just a natural playmaker.
No doubt.
There you go.
We'll allow it.
We will. So we're at this point, other than Shamar Arnoux, we're chalk in this class. Because I don't think – I mean, I thought that they could land a surprise. I was very, very –
Who are you talking about?
I thought they would land Grady.
Yeah, I think I can pretty much confirm it's Ohio State now.
Okay.
Yeah. Something interesting though with that, what's going to be the case with Ryan Day? Is there any chatter out there that something happens with him, Alan? I know you got your ear to the ground with coaching stuff going on.
It's hard for me to see him getting fired, even though losing to Michigan in that way has probably Ohio State fans and boosters extremely agitated. When you look at his overall record, now you never say never in these situations. What I do think is more likely with Ryan Day is, does he look to get out of a pressurized situation and have an eye to the NFL this offseason? That's what I think is probably the most likely with him. You're talking about a guy that's been an NFL coach before, been extremely successful in college, minus his inability to beat Michigan. And while I know that it is as much of a business as it possibly can be right now, there's still a huge emotional aspect to this. Bill Curry can testify. You can win as many games as you want. If you don't beat your in-state rival or your borderline rival, that will make it very uncomfortable for you.
So let's see what Charles Kelly said about Eric Winters. Okay.
Eric Winters, big man that can really move, has really good coverage ability.
Watch him.
Comes from a good program, and he is very multiple. He can do a lot of things. He can cover man to man. He can play in the box. He's very physical.
I think what impresses you with Eric is his football IQ and how quickly he makes the decision and goes. You saw him time that blitz.
Yeah.
His read recognition when he reads run and how, there are certain things that it doesn't matter how well coached you are. You can't coach natural athleticism and speed. And his ability to get from A to B after he diagnoses the play specifically when he's going downhill to play the run is elite, man. His reaction time is absolutely something. Whether he's playing linebacker and being a sideline to sideline type guy, or he's playing on the back end.
Malik Autry, he's getting ready to go. He's getting ready to, not that we're Jason Caldwell's there. He's got pictures of Auburn gear everywhere. So no concern. No concern there.
Let me ask you something, because I've been thinking about this. Is Malik somebody that if he doesn't have immediate success at defensive tackle, do they try him at offensive tackle?
Was Cole the one who likes him at offense? Or one of y'all?
Yes, I do. I apologize. I'm being real quiet right now. But yes, I could see a future with him at offensive line if that was something he wanted to do. It may not be. I always thought Jason Jones would be a guy that could translate really well to offensive line.
Yeah.
And it's not a shot at him. Look, is there a higher paid besides quarterback than left tackle?
No.
In the NFL? It's a compliment. I think that's the kind of athleticism you're working with this guy and how big he is. It's just rare. You don't have that a lot.
Whereas I think, yes, he possesses an elite frame for a defensive tackle. I think he possesses an ideal frame for an NFL offensive tackle. And when you combine that with his athleticism, his power, I can absolutely see him lining up on the right-hand side. So,
yeah.
Of course he did.
What? Oh, yeah.
What happened? Oh.
But no, I'm with you. And if it weren't the day and age of the transfer portal, where guys could just get out whenever they wanted to, like you tell them, hey, you're switching positions. Because back in the day, right? Like, I wonder how that would have shaken out with Prince Tega. When you told him, like, hey, man, you're moving over to offensive tackle. Would he have been like, nah, I'm out. I'm a defensive lineman. It's just different. Tommy did that all the time, where he would take offensive and defensive linemen and flip-flop them back and forth. Or really defensive line to offensive line. That was kind of his thing. Hugh Nall was fantastic at IDing those kind of guys and using their athleticism. Guys that might be a mid-level athlete on the defensive line, premier athlete on the offensive line. And I think that's kind of where Malik Autry is. While I like him on the defensive line. I think he could be elite at tackle given his traits.
I agree. And some guys that are defensive linemen might. Oh, interesting. Auburn Football puts out a bat emoji with the eyeballs.
Okay.
Really?
Interesting.
Really? That's Malik Autry because he did the bat signal.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I started thinking to myself. Like, that's got to be what that is.
They can't be playing today now.
No.
Oh, well. Okay. Okay.
Oh,
Malik
yeah,
Autry.
he's not. Malik just announced that he signed.
Good deal. Good for him, man. That was a long commitment. Long commitment.
Yeah, it really was, man.
Was he the first commitment, or was that Spencer? No, Spencer was third. Malik and
Malik
Yeah.
was number one, I believe.
Malik committed in like March of 2023, man.
February.
February.
of 2023.
Yep.
Dude, he's been committed almost 2 years.
Yeah, he was coming off a junior day. I mean, he was like a sophomore
Wow.
attending a junior day.
Wow.
It was a junior day.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Was it?
remember.
It wasn't Harsin though, was it?
No, it was Freeze's first junior day. It was that massive one where everybody went. Keith was still part of it.
Yep.
Oh, there was too many people there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It was that one, wasn't it?
There were like 200 kids there.
Did Keith come up and help you guys cover that one, or was that just you two?
Yeah, he did.
I thought he did.
Yeah.
That's the one where he wore himself out. Yeah.
That was too many. They were never going to do that again. They made made a mistake on that one.
Keith will do that to himself.
Yeah.
Work ethic, unlike anything I've ever seen.
I'm telling you. But no, you're right. And I think they sent out, what was it, the QR code, and then other kids were using the QR code to get in. Yeah.
That was not a fun day for us.
Hell no.
No, it wasn't. That was not a fun day for anybody. I don't think at Auburn either. They were not. I don't think they were pleased with. At the end of the day, they were like, "Man, I didn't get to talk to everybody. I didn't get to talk to everybody."
No.
Right. It wasn't even close.
No, I think that's when they realized they needed to continue to build out their off the field staff because they just didn't have enough bodies, and then streamline kind of how they did certain things. That was a turning point on that.
So let's see. Where are we now? Did you put up Malik Autry? Cole?
I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
Yep.
Where are we now? We are looking for, still waiting on Devin Williams. And then Zion Grady, something official from him. And then Duce at 9:00.
I think some people were saying the Enterprise page put up that he signed with Ohio State.
Which is weird that Ohio State hasn't updated it yet.
Yeah, I guess the official hasn't. I don't know.
Now they will wait and put it out. Now, like Florida State had Shamar's papers early this morning.
Yeah.
And waited until 7:30 or whatever it was to send it out.
Space it out.
Yeah.
Which is,
Auburn's doing the same thing.
Of course they are.
Well, if Zion is presumably off the table, which
Right.
I mean he's been back on the table for about 12 hours.
Right.
That leaves Naim at 10:30, Darion Smith at 10.
Yeah, Darion Smith at 10 is your next big one, and we're coming up on that. Well, no, we're actually not because I'm Eastern time.
If those are your two, then it's been status quo. I mean, this is what we were expecting.
Right, other than losing Nate Marshall yesterday.
And Shamar.
Yeah, and Shamar.
This is pretty much what I thought Auburn would hang on to both of those guys and add Naim and Darion Smith and call it a day.
Right.
So right now you're at -2.
Actually, Duce Knight and Antonio Coleman are up next. That's who we're watching here.
Okay, those feel great about Antonio Coleman. Feel pretty good about Deuce Knight.
Yeah.
But you need to see that one go through, right?
Zach, if you can peek around to see if there's a stream for Deuce beyond the other competing network stream.
George
you're
County
Okay.
Facebook is probably the best place to look.
I would suspect you're right, Cole.
Already looking, he says.
Yeah,
So
get off his job.
He said,
pretty
chill out.
much.
He
Yeah,
said,
he
chill
did.
out, Alan.
He said, I'm the paid professional. You're the amateur. You can sit back.
I will. Again, I'll pull this up. Signing Day XQ. If y'all aren't already in, you go in there because we're doing live updates of all the pertinent Auburn news, including flips from Auburn.
Mm-hmm.
Cole's got all the headlines of all the guys that are signing. We're moving the commitments up to the signees, so you'll know who has signed and who has not. Then we've got announcement times down here at the bottom, which we are right here at the 8:30 mark.
Yes.
Still waiting on something official from Zion Grady, from all these guys up above him. Devin Williams still waiting on him.
Yes.
And then you've got Deuce Knight, Antonio Coleman at 9, Darion Smith, Jordan Crawford, and Naim Offord in the 10 o'clock hour.
Jordan.
So these next 2 hours, the 9 o'clock and the 10 o'clock hour, are going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think that's how it was last year too. It starts ramping up. You get the expected ones in, which I mean, look, Jared Smith, Anquan Fagans,
Sure.
Eric Winters, they're expected, but also they're ones that you just need to see them go through to ease off a little bit. You know what I mean?
And after that 10 o'clock hour, Jakaleb, no problems there. Broderick Scholl, no problems there. Sam Turner, no problems there that I'm aware of. Blake Woodby, Bryce Diaz. And then you get the 1 o'clock, the Usmani. We'll just call him Oos. Of course, Jacoby Ward's already signed, and Ty Buster's already signed, so I can take those two off. Those are their ceremonies. Again, folks, these are, we're having a ceremony at the school. They've already sent it in. Home sweet home, Malik Autry.
There you go. Big one. All right. Let's have this conversation because I think it's one that needs to be had. Where does Auburn's class fall if you don't land Naim Offord?
Is it a disappointment?
I wouldn't call it a disappointment, but it definitely doesn't create excitement.
I hear you.
I mean, you're still got several impact players. Is it a top 10 class still?
Oh, for sure. I mean, they're at 5 without him.
At 5 without. But who's going to add? That's the other thing, because Texas has now jumped. So I think it's probably a top 10 class still, which makes it a success in my opinion. But it doesn't have that one elite player, right? Or that one that generates buzz beyond probably Duce Knight is now your headliner for sure. Not that he wasn't always, but
setting up all right. Let me.
I was muted the whole time. Didn't know. I've been sitting here talking.
Have you really?
Yeah.
All right. What are we doing?
waiting on Deuce right now, and I think Zach's looking for a stream for us for Deuce's commitment ceremony.
Okay. That's
So, Zach says that someone just posted a photo from Duce Knight's commitment. He is wearing an Auburn jacket.
all right. There you go.
Dude, I hate it when they do this, man. Because you remember when Perry did it last year, and then he took it off, and then took it off again.
I don't play it. I can't deal with that.
Dallas Wilson stays with Oregon.
Yeah, they thought they were going to be able to pull that one off.
Florida's on fire. You can't count them out of anything right now.
No, I was reading some of Keith's work the other day, and he thought that Oregon had done enough to stave Florida off. But
okay, Zach says that the jacket that Deuce is wearing is unzipped. There's a white T-shirt underneath. He says, so no worries. Those are his words.
You don't know what's painted on his chest, though.
yeah, I was going to say, dog, come on.
What about the hat?
Dude, my anxiety's starting to creep up here, Zach. Stop dropping those details, man.
Jeffrey, how many, back in the day, how many signing day ceremonies have you gone to? Or not just signing day, but commitment ceremonies where you were just a nervous wreck? Were there any? Or were you?
I don't remember shit like that.
Well, the only reason I'm a nervous wreck, it's not going to make or break me whether they pick Auburn or not. But
Right.
I'm streaming it to thousands of Auburn fans. If they pick somebody else, they're going to hate me. You know what I mean? Like Jared Smith, my hands were shaking. I was like, please don't do something. Felt better about Fagans. I felt good about him when I went to his. Jay Crawford is the one that really had me worried last year. He really had me worried. I was talking to people there, and they're like, man, I don't know. I don't think he's picking Auburn. Everybody thought he was. I think he's going to LSU. And somebody said, I think he's going to Florida. I was like, oh, no. I got to stream this today. I have my tripod. I'm going to stream it to everybody, and it's not.
I remember me and you texting while you were at the ceremony, like, dude, are you hearing anything? It's like, nah, it's Auburn. It's like, well, people are saying something different here. So
there's people here that are freaking out, dude. I was like, no, calm down. It's okay. He's going to Auburn, right? Right? Boy, talk about a guy that ended up making some noise.
Oh, yeah. I still blame his dad for the 4th and 31.
Oh, his dad's such a nice guy, man.
It really is. I give him a hard time about it.
Yeah. He was there at the A&M game. He talked to all of us.
Speaking of why you don't talk crap until it's over.
oh,
I was standing there at the back of the north end zone in front of the recruit section. He was already down on the field, ready to storm. It was 4th and 31 timeout. We just beat Alabama. I was like, there's still one more play. There's still one more play. Oh, we just lost Alabama. Yeah.
Do y'all believe in mojo?
Yes. Here's the thing about
talking about Alabama's commitment graphics.
Who cares? I have.
yeah.
What are the? I wish I had the lives of some of these people.
I gotta see it though. Since they're talking about it, I gotta see it.
Yeah, I'll make fun of it. Don't get me wrong.
Okay. All right. Donovan.
Oh my God!
Wait,
Are you looking
what?
at it? Are you looking at it right now?
Let me share my screen. Got space.
Is that for real?
It looks like a Roblox graphic. Oh, that poor dude. Oh my
real?
God.
Is that Mal? Yeah.
Are they doing that with all of them?
Is that
wow.
clip on? Yes. Oh no. What is you doing, Bama?
What is it? That,
Now I understand. It's like a Roblox.
Eyeballs. What is Roblox?
It's a game Brooks plays or he used to play.
Yeah.
It's like
Listen, I hate to be this guy.
What is going on?
Nobody will care about recruit graphics when we get to the game, of course, which they won this year. But those are interesting. I will have to say that is an interesting choice.
Oh my gosh! I mean,
did y'all think a couple years ago when Auburn did the cartoon faces for everybody, was that weird to y'all?
I thought the flying jerseys were the weird one, man. But
that was awful. I'm sorry if you're listening. I know you're probably young and fresh out of college, but that was bad. It looked like it was a in memoriam. What do you call it? In memoriam?
Yeah. Yes.
In memoriam? What do you call it?
Dude, I know what you're trying to say, but I can't.
What?
Memoriam.
That's what I said.
Is that what you
My man said in memoriam.
That was bad. Like,
Yeah.
But I don't even know how. I don't even have Photoshop, but I could have figured out something better.
All right.
No
5-star
offense.
offensive tackle Andrew Babalola has signed with Michigan.
Okay.
Just in case anybody was wondering about that one.
Hey Zach, let me share my. Let me show y'all Mal Waldrop.
On the Donovan Starr tip, a guy that we were.
Look
it
at
was kind of-
this.
okay, go ahead.
Back to it.
I love Mal Waldrop, but they did that dude wrong. They did him dirty. That's bad.
Oh,
I'm
my
sorry.
goodness.
And
I'm
it's not
sorry,
because
Alan.
you're Alabama.
It sounded like you had something important there, Alan.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So, is it how do you say the Dunn kid's first name that was committed to Ole Miss at Alabama was
Mason?
Mason Dunn.
Is it Mason Dunn? Mason Dunn has signed with Ole Miss. So if you're looking for links to Donovan Starr, that was a big one where Alabama was pressing for him. I think they've got one corner spot left in their class.
Yes, I'm sorry. Tavion Wallace stuck with Arkansas.
Look at T. Will.
Oh, big.
That was a big one for Trav.
Where was he going? He was Florida State thought they had. Florida State thought they were going to flip Tavion Wallace.
Florida State and Georgia both thought they were flipping him. So for Trav to hold on that way, that's big. And of course, nobody thought he was going to land him in the first place.
No.
But that's what Trav does, man, like with Owen Papo.
Yeah, he's good, man. He does a good job.
Well, I think what Trav does is he locks into one or two guys, and he's getting those one or two guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's a good strategy. It's, it's worth it.
Yeah.
It's worth it. You don't want to go down your board. That's not – listen, I mean, don't forget this. Anybody who's upset with Hugh Freeze right now, I totally get it, okay? Totally get it. I can relate. I can understand the concern. All I know is, and maybe things have changed totally. I don't think they have in this regard. Recruiting wins equal wins on the field. I mean, you're talking about going into year 3 where they've been stacking up recruiting wins, right, against the teams that they play on the field. I just think eventually that's going to pay off. I just don't see how it doesn't. We'll see. I mean, I may be wrong. I may be totally wrong about that. Jeffrey, you're not still looking at those, are you?
I didn't realize that Justin had posted it and Nathan had.
You do understand we're about to be a meme on Bama Online for this.
Where's the Auburn jerseys that went to be with Coach Dye? That's what Nathan King said. That's exactly what we were talking about.
Nathan, he cracks me up, man. I love Nathan.
Oh, let's see. Holy cow.
Gracious.
What did Florida do? Florida to flip Dallas Wilson. I thought he stuck with Oregon.
Florida flipped Dallas Wilson. They did.
Wait a minute, back up. Florida flipped him?
Well, Chad and Steve logged expert predictions for Florida to flip Oregon wide receiver Dallas Wilson. But that didn't happen, did it? Dallas Wilson stuck with Oregon. Didn't y'all just say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he signed with Oregon.
For some reason, the On3 recruits put Dallas Wilson will sign with Oregon. Then they did the gator emoji with it.
Well, Hayes posted that he did sign with Oregon.
Yeah.
Yeah, he signed with Oregon.
Yeah.
Dude's a stud from Tampa.
Y'all got Alvin at 10:30. Was that the time for him?
Yes.
All right. We are literally T-1 minute away on Deuce and what he will do. That's our next big one. Him and Antonio Coleman. And I'm with you on AC. I've got zero concern there on him.
Yeah.
Let me tell y'all something about AC. Why I'm so high on this kid. And forget his athletic ability. I know he went back and forth with Alabama and Auburn. Committed to Alabama, flipped to Auburn, flipped back to Alabama, flipped back to Auburn. And when he did, Auburn told him they were not going to be playing any more games. And that dude didn't mention another school.
Nope.
If the doors to Jordan Hare were open, he was right there knocking on them. He was coming in. He was at every game. He was in constant communication with Auburn. He saw the opportunity Auburn. He was not going to let it pass him by. I mean, he was done when he realized that it was serious. He was done.
Yep.
And when you make a decision like that and you're able to stick with it at 17 years old, major props to Antonio Coleman. I'm excited to see what he does at Auburn.
For sure. Hat tip. Absolutely to him.
Because we'll be talking about his recruitment, for years.
Oh, to do the snip, snap.
Yeah.
3 different times. I mean, it's –
Yeah,
but
that's
again –
a new one for me. I mean, Nate Marshall went Michigan, Auburn, Michigan. That wasn't quite the same.
Almost there, though,
between Auburn and Alabama, too. That's crazy.
That's what it was for an in-state kid.
Yeah,
to flip.
I want to say again, though, Antonio Coleman, Derek Smith, should he sign? I think Derek Smith signs with Auburn today. Derek and Eric Smith.
Yeah.
Those are 2 guys that Alabama was not going to lose 5 years ago, 10 years ago. It's not happening. It's not happening. Auburn's not getting those guys. You can count it out. You can write them off. And they made it happen. They're winning. They're winning those. They're winning. And eventually, I really do believe it turns into wins. If you let it happen, I think it does. We'll see.
What?
Winning on the field.
For sure.
I think that's what it turns into eventually. You start winning all these battles. I think it's synonymous with winning on the field.
Let's real quick on Malik Autry. Let's see what Coach Vontrell King Williams got to say about Malik Autry while we're waiting on Deuce.
Malik Autry, love the kid, love the family. He's a big, twitchy, long player. He's going to be disruptive in the backfield. He does a good job playing with his hands. He's someone that, you see so much potential in.
War Eagle Plus, OTV, they need to be sending me a check.
No doubt about it. You were definitely giving them some free publicity today.
Well, I appreciate them giving us some free content.
There you go.
Yeah,
Vontrell's great, isn't he?
I'll tell you what a fantastic hire. What'd you say?
I'm retweeting a picture of Duce Knight right now wearing his Auburn stuff, if y'all want to see that.
Well,
He's about to sign shortly.
Okay.
Let's see if I can get that pulled up real quick. There we go.
Former guy, Cool Bell.
Look how little that person is in the background. Am I seeing that right?
He's walking up the bleachers.
Oh.
At least he's not a Roblox character.
All right, day in the morning. All right, let's see. So Deuce will announce, and then Auburn will release it, which is kind of how it's gone.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
All right, let's see. Let's see if that cat is there. Oh, Cool Bell Lawrence.
Cool Bell. All right, I think we got everything running.
No luck with the George County feed.
I guess there's been no official thing from Zion Grady yet, which is interesting. But I think he signed with Ohio State. That's what I'm hearing. Okay.
Let me bring you on the show.
Zach's potentially got Duce Knight's Instagram. I think he's going live. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he is. He is going live, I think.
Who is?
Duce Knight.
Oh, cool.
Maybe. Hold on. Let me check. No, not yet.
Let's see.
He may not go live from there. He's just checking on it. See if he does. Somebody said they're hungry for Shoney's.
Oh, Shoney boy. That's who it is in the back, isn't it?
The big boy. Yeah.
I'm showing him.
Which apparently this means different things to different people. Like some people recognize it from Shoney's, and then some people recognize it from the movie Austin Powers, and then some people from Rick and Bubba, if you listen to that. But my wife found one, I think at Hobby Lobby. She was like, "Yeah, you need this. I like how it changes colors." So
Shoney's used to have a good breakfast.
You know what? I've never been to Shoney's, not once.
We had a Shoney's.
I just remember the big boy. I remember seeing that.
Lincoln Cure.
Oh, stuck with Kansas State.
Wow. Who thought they were going to flip him?
I'm talking to our Ohio State guy. They've got nothing yet on Zion Grady. But I'm telling you, a pretty good source thinks that he has signed with Ohio State, but I don't know what the holdup is because they put Eric Winters out real quick, did they not? Auburn did it anyway.
Yeah, unless he didn't have a ceremony, right?
He was at the ceremony. Is my
Zion was?
Yes.
Oregon had pushed for Lincoln Cure.
Yeah, Oregon was making a big push there. Kansas State, man.
Well, that's good for Auburn to keep him at number 5.
Talk about a program that ain't going to light it up on signing day, but they're going to be tough every time. You know
who's this? Oh, Kansas State.
Every time.
They got some good players. They got some good players on offense.
Yeah, they do. They always.
So Malik is the last one, right? I'm just trying to make sure I got everybody.
Yeah, that's the last one we got.
Okay,
that's gone. Who's left?
Okay,
Can you run through that real quick?
Yeah, I got Duce Knight, Alvin Henderson, Derek and Eric, Sam Turner, Broderick Scholl, Antonio, Jordan Crawford, Jakaleb Faulk, Bryce Diaz, Blake Woodby, Devin Williams still has not been released, and of course, that's it. Donovan Starwood announces on Friday along with Justice Terry. So still,
if that's him, the son of Bubba from Rick and Bubba just gave us a shout out on there. He said, "Thanks for the Rick and Bubba shout out." That's pretty cool.
Hey, how about that? Seems fitting to say, "How about you?"
How about you?
Obviously, Tyler was the receiver of the year.
Zach's the best.
Exactly, man.
For those that don't know, this is Deuce Knight live at his signing ceremony.
Good year with Tyrese here. Kinley with Texas A&M, now with the Cincinnati Bengals. It's been a big day for us. We always look forward to this day. I'm not going to take up too much of the time. It's not about me today. It's about these guys. But let's give everybody a round of applause to stand up here today.
You love a coach that real quick, right?
Yeah, let's do it. They've been dreaming of this moment since they were little kids. They lay awake at nights thinking about this. They followed their brothers. They followed their fathers, their uncles at this school. They played on that great stadium up there, and have been dreaming about this for a long time. The only words of wisdom I'll get you is the work just now started. It gets harder at this point. You make it thrive. You have to continue to work every day and continue to go forward. So I encourage you to do that. We'll get started on my far right, with Montrell Dortch. Montrell's been a 3-year starter for us. In those 3 years, he's caught 89 passes for 1,623 yards and 15 touchdowns. Almost a 19-yard average per catch. And I'll let him announce where he's going to go. I will continue my football journey. Even in 6 minutes.
Let's do it. Y'all know y'all, man. Y'all stay tuned, man. I'm telling you stuff. It's scary.
What happened?
not only are these guys great athletes, great students too. They're all December graduates. Will graduate early and start their college career in January. On my far left, Brand Moody, number one. He was our first year recipient of the MJ Daniels Award by wearing number 11 this year, which shows his character and his leadership. In his 3-year career as a starter, he had 105 catches for 1,926 yards and 18 touchdowns for an 18.3 yards per catch average. And I'll let him announce where he's going.
First, I want to thank God for putting me in this position of where I am right now, and I want to thank these guys in front of me, behind me, my mama, and all my family and friends for helping me with this decision. But I will be attending Mississippi Community College.
Good for him, man.
All right, to my immediate right, Cole Bradley. He's been a steady force on our defense for the last three or 4 years. I think he even played a little bit as a freshman for us. His career stats, he's totaled 308 tackles in his career here. 20 of those tackles for a loss, which doesn't sound like a lot, but for a safety, that's a lot to have 20 tackles for a loss. He's caused 6 fumbles. He's recovered 4 of those with 6 interceptions. Cole Bradley.
I'd like to thank the Lord for being in this position and giving me this athletic ability. And I want to thank my family members and all my supporters. And I want to thank my teammates, especially that 25 class, those teams who've been kicking us since we were 8 years old. I love y'all guys. I'll be continuing my career at the University of South Carolina.
I wasn't expecting to talk.
My heart pounding.
When I saw this guy play in the 7th grade, what kind of talent he had.
Kind of Deuce Knight.
It was his freshman year that I knew he was something special. Y'all remember we were playing Pickett for the district championship. Ashton Hollins was our quarterback. Got hurt on the 4th play of the game, and Duce Knight told me that Ashton towards ACL. Duce had played some meetings during the year. But he was fixing to have to go in the first quarter against Pickett, and I couldn't find him on the sidelines. I was trying to find him to kind of calm him down. He's 14 years old. You got to go in this big game, and I couldn't find him. I got on the headset, coaches. I got to know where Duce is. I got to find him. And finally, somebody said, "Coach, he's already on the field."
Here he is.
And I asked Hal, the running back at the time, what Duce said after that drive, because he went on and finished that drive and led us to score. And I asked Trent, I said, what was Duce saying? He said, my time, I got this, let's go get it done. And he's gotten it done ever since then. In his career at George County, he has completed 348 passes out of 597 for a 60% completion rate, 7,000 yards, 7,855 yards, 56 touchdowns with only 13 interceptions. He's also rushed 228 times for another 1,364 yards and 31 touchdowns for a total of 87 touchdowns in his career. Duce Knight.
Nah, I ain't standing up. First off, I'd like to thank the Lord. Just blessed me with the ability to come out here, play the game I love. Thank you. I'd like to thank my family, for pushing me to be great every day. Then thank you to teammates, coaches. They did the same thing, pushing me to be great every day. And just thank everybody for believing. Thank everybody for just supporting. It's been a great time here. And I'll be taking my talents to Auburn University.
Let's do it. We're easy. Yeah.
We're easy.
We here.
No drama.
We're Eagle. The Perry Thompson.
He's not paying attention. It's okay.
All right, Jeffrey, I'm going with it.
That does conclude all
Okay.
25.
I just posted it.
class,
You good there.
for December, like
Okay.
And while you do that, Cole, I'm gonna pull up some midseason senior highlights of Deuce.
Ooh.
Good call. You can see why.
you
I
put-
believe the comp that I put on him recently was Anthony Richardson. I hope that it will progress beyond where Richardson ended up, but he's that elite kind of athlete, right? With a frame that's going to fill out. I think he's going to play at 225 plus at Auburn. Watching just the explosion.
I love his touchdown to interception ratio.
Yeah. I mean, you see off balance, off platform.
Threw him open.
You know who that reminds me of, Alan? And I hate to make big comparisons. I always hate doing that because you know how folks are.
Of course.
But the way that he kind of throws from the hip, like it's not a windup, right?
No.
That kind of reminds me of Cam Ward a little bit.
It does. He's got some Cam Ward to him for sure. He's a bigger frame than Cam and a better athlete. But as far as the way he throws the ball, specifically off platform and against it across his body, and even the arm angle that you're talking about, Cole, it definitely gives you that feel. He puts more touch on it than Richardson. Richardson used to throw like, excuse my language, but piss rockets, man. I mean, he'd be trying to knock guys down from 5 yards out. Deuce puts more touch on it than that. But just an elite athlete playing the quarterback position, man, and somebody that Auburn's very fortunate to have locked down in this class. I mean, you talk about it every year. A quarterback is the centerpiece that you want to build around, and I think Deuce gives you the opportunity in a couple of years to compete at the championship level. Him and Walker White both have that kind of those raw physical tools that if they develop correctly, they can put Auburn in an elite category.
Drunk Aubrey kills me.
Every time, right?
He said, I just deuced myself.
As you should. Any word on AC? Have we noticed if AC's done his yet?
I haven't seen it.
I don't. It hadn't come through yet. Hang on 1 second. Gotta get this one rolling here. Sorry, guys, for the delay.
I'm going to pull up the what's coming. Let's get an update on the announcement times, signing times, and who we're still waiting on.
I think you've got Darian Smith at 10 and Naim Offord at 10:30 are your next big ones. And then I don't know if we're hanging out for Usman Chroma.
No, we'll probably cut it around noon Central Time.
Yeah.
Let me pull those announcement times up. So we're at Duce Knight, Antonio Coleman. We'll wait on him, and then we're free till 10.
Yep. When you've got,
but of course, we're still waiting on Devin Williams.
Yeah. So at 10, we're going to have a lot of action, right? You're going to have Derek Smith, Eric Smith, and Naim. No, Naheem's going at 10:30 with Jordan Crawford. So you'll have 3 at 10 and then another 2 at 10:30, and that's probably about the sweet spot unless we're recapping the class.
11 a.m. So afternoon would be Sam Turner, Blake Woodby, Brastius, and Usmani.
Yeah, and I'm not expecting any drama with any of those.
No, I think the drama ends at 11.
Yeah, that's fair.
The drama ends at 11. You've got Broderick.
You got Broderick. I don't really have any questions on him. I haven't heard anything there, but he's an out-of-state kid, so I got some level of interest because you want to make sure that one goes all the way through, especially losing an offensive line commit as of not too long ago. So
got our guys, done deal.
Mm-hmm.
Auburn just released it.
Did they? Okay. Jeffrey, what you working off of? An iPhone 3?
Man, what you talking about? I thought this was pretty new. I got it last year.
I'm joking with you, dude.
Let me see.
That's probably a 15.
It's a 14 Pro Max.
Oh, okay.
It's not a 14 Pro. It's a 14 Pro Max, Alan.
Again, Bob Baker would be upset at me. The Price is Right is wrong.
Yeah. They're wrong,
Bob
Bob.
Barker. Yeah. The Price is wrong, Bob.
I want to pull up some Antonio Coleman highlights while
Please.
we await his.
Oh, look at you.
What?
He's got his Adam Sandler poster there with him. Yeah.
All right, let's do Antonio Coleman. I love watching this kid play.
Yes, AC is one of my favorites.
Booyah. Booyah.
Yep.
Good gosh. Scoop a score.
Mm-hmm.
So you like him at the nose right here?
Yeah. Well, I don't think he'll play nose unless you're in a pass rush situation. I think he's a pure 3 tech. Now, they line him up over the nose a significant amount because of his ability at that level, I think, to split doubles and to wreak chaos directly up in the A gap. But at Auburn, I think he's going to play in that B gap, the 3 tech spot, where they'll let him be a 1 gap penetrator. And they'll mix him out at the 4-eye somewhat too. But he's a 1 gap penetrator, man. He's a guy that so much quickness off the ball, the ability to be disruptive, low center of gravity, a lot of things working in his favor to be successful at Auburn sooner rather than later, if he can add the appropriate amount of weight. Because I do think AC's probably 275, 280-ish right now. He needs to get in that 290 category to be able to hold up against some of those SEC offensive linemen he's going to see. Now, I would expect the Malik Blockton treatment. You're not going to see him probably more than, 20 snaps a game, I would think, as a freshman. But that's a valuable experience to get 20 snaps in SEC play.
I like him.
As you should.
That first step, to me, that's one. I think we talked about this the other night on the recruiting show. That's the closest I've seen to a Nick Fairley first step in 14 years.
And then the way he plays with leverage, right? That's the other thing is that so much of defensive line play is being able to get the offensive lineman off balance and how you utilize your leverage. Technique's going to come with him, right? Continuing to learn to use those heavy hands of his and create more power, because right now it feels like he creates gap penetration just on quickness alone. I mean, he's got power, don't get me wrong. He can split a double, but I think that's going to continue to come as he gets older and develops in a strength and conditioning program. But right now, his best asset is just that quickness and the ability to jump that gap and go. Don't ask him to do too much. Simplify things for him. You're muted, Cole.
My bad. Probably my favorite highlights of his were the ones I got of him against Baldwin County.
Yeah.
As a blocking tight end. He was hurting folks in that role.
I bet.
Who are we talking about?
Antonio Coleman. They put him at tight end on a goal line situation, a couple short yardage. People in the comments, there's a number 14 was the guy lined up against him. They're like, golly.
Poor kid.
Poor guy. Just getting run out of the screen every time. Put on his back.
Has anybody seen where Naim Offord will or will not be streamed?
Let me check. He may be another competing network guy.
Yeah, I haven't seen it on On3, so I'm somebody's going to be streaming that.
Oh, for sure.
Definitely. You want to get Ken Austin talking about Duce?
Yeah, where is he?
I know they got it on Instagram. I don't know if it's on Twitter yet. I can't keep up. I got so many notifications.
Let's see.
Okay.
That'd be Auburn football, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Zach's got IG for him.
For
Naheem. For
Oh.
Naheem.
Oh, awesome.
in case he goes live.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Probably hasn't yet.
No, I doubt it. I mean, we're still a full hour out from his time.
The Auburn football account, Twitter account, I'll keep an eye on it if they post the Ken Austin.
Yeah, they that's right. Parker plays Saraland tonight, right? Or tomorrow.
They do. Is it for the state championship or is this the
It should be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is the state championship.
It's
What a-
tomorrow. I think
That's a hell of a game.
Yeah,
And
that'll
you've
be-
got Thompson versus Phoenix City for the championship. Is that who
That's
it is?
right. I think that's tonight.
That's tonight. 7 days alone. It's by itself. It's always on Wednesday night before the rest of the Super 7 plays the next 2 days. I guess, I mean, if you're the schedule guy for all this, what can you do, really? You know? It's tough.
Yeah. Poor
Auburn's
kid.
still sitting at number 5 right now on team rankings.
Mhm.
Yep.
And let's
Deuce
see.
is super talented. He's got great size. He's a dual threat quarterback. He can run. He's got a great arm. He is a guy that is going to prepare very well in making sure that he understands how to execute the offense. He'll pay the price in preparation, as we say.
Pay the price in preparation. Oh! That wasn't anything at you, Kent.
No.
It was ill time beyond.
Did we have a time on Derek and Eric Smith yet?
10 o'clock.
Okay.
10 o'clock on Derek and Eric Smith.
I think we have times for all the remaining guys. Is that right?
Yes.
I did my best.
But the big ones, you're right.
Good. You're doing good.
You done good, boo.
Darian Smith at 10 o'clock, who's also going to be with the Smith brothers.
Yeah.
That's a big one for Auburn. Don't let his ranking confuse anybody. This is a guy that Vontrell King Williams wanted. Very much so.
And I think just him being a St. Francis guy, what a school to build a pipeline, DJ Durkin.
Sure.
Do your thing. Auburn will have, if Darion Smith commits, 3 guys in this class off the St. Francis defense. So 3 of the 11, starting 11, are signing with Auburn.
Well, and you've seen guys be successful from that school in this
4.
conference, right?
Wayne Henry's committed. So 4 of the 11 are either committed to or signing with Auburn.
And you got to think, man, they got so many players out in college football right now. One of them in the portal, Deshaun Womack from LSU.
Yeah.
They're building this pipeline, man. They like you put on Twitter, Jeffrey, and on the board, but Deshaun Womack will be a target, if nothing else.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Michael Van Buren this year at Mississippi State had a big year for them as a true freshman.
Yep. There's a couple others I'm tracking too, and there's that are out there that are not in the portal, but that's what you do. You know, you build the pipeline.
Well, all right, let's talk about portal recruiting for a little bit while we're killing some time.
All right.
Here.
That sounds great.
So with the portal, you have to have networking. You need a way or a conduit to speak to some of these players.
Yes.
Well, when you have a pipeline to a school and you have connections, you're all set up there. And I think what you saw in Auburn's kind of some of what you had last year is you had I think their portal strategy and when they were timing to get guys on campus, I think they were trying to get them on for the last visit as opposed to the first visit, which is the inverse of how you should ever treat portal recruiting.
Right.
2, I think you saw a lack of connections at the Power 5 level somewhat because these guys are still coming up from lower levels. I mean, Marcus Davis, all the credit in the world to him for the wide receiver class he signed last year and then being able to get Dre in the late portal. But the early portal, you're talking about a guy that just came up from Georgia Southern, that had a tour at Hawaii before that. Just some of the guys that he had exposure to or the ability to get in contact with, probably a little bit limited. Same for Josh Aldridge, Ben Agamaya, multiple others on that staff. I think adding a Charles Kelly and a DJ Durkin that have connections throughout college football and guys that have recruited the landscape for a long time added a lot to this staff. But it built in those inner networks that you need to be able to get prospects' attention because, guys, it moves quick, right? So if you know somebody, instant trust there, like, yeah, I'll come see you. I'll come for a visit. You have an ability to have a conversation that you might not otherwise, because cold calling somebody out of the portal, that's not a recipe for success.
No. If Auburn's going to be on somebody, they've done their work. Put it that way.
Yes, on the front end, right?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about positions of need out of the portal, Cole. What do you see as the top 5 positions of need out of the transfer portal this cycle?
Quarterback.
Yes.
Quarterback for sure. I know you just got Deuce Knight, but ideally you don't want him to be a freshman starter. I don't even know if he wants that. Maybe, but some guys want a minute to get acclimated to college, and I think probably Deuce understands the deal here, and Auburn's going to look for a quarterback. Right now, Hank Brown and Holden Geriner expected to hit the portal. Hank Brown, according to the reports from Pete Nakos and Steve Wiltfong, I know he said he wasn't, but we'll see what happens there.
Sure.
Holden Geriner's already out, so you got space for quarterbacks to come in from the portal. I think that's number 1, maybe 1 or 2. You could get more than one quarterback. Number 2 is offensive tackle for me, specifically left tackle.
Yes, absolutely.
I think if you get a left tackle, everything else can sort of fall in place. If you were to get Jeremiah Wright back, if you were to get Dylan Wade back, go ahead, Jeffrey.
What'd I do?
Oh, is that Zach?
At the end of the day, what was it about this vision? What was it about this program that made Auburn the right fit for you?
Like I said, the love from the staff, Coach Freeze, and then on down, they kept it real with me. Coach Freeze, I see his vision for the program, the weapons you have, the recruiting class that he has coming in, that we have. Then I seen it all on the field, even the Texas A&M game. So I know you can go out there and beat a team like that. I know that we got something special coming for the next couple of years. So that's just something I want to be a part of.
Interesting on the Texas A&M line being involved there, right?
Antonio Coleman has signed.
Okay. Big.
Yep.
What the hell, man?
But Jeff, we were talking about it earlier today, us needing to see that win against Texas A&M, but seeing Duce Knight put that in his signing interview, right? You never put too much on one victory or one game, but I think that's big. When a kid like him mentions that, and he's been to so many different losses, to be able to see Jordan-Hare when it's right or Auburn when it's right, I thought that was big for a lot of commitments in this class. And that's a little bit of validation for me on that.
Absolutely. That was a big deal. Well, we talked about it too, just talking about football. Had to get one of those, man. I don't know if it was dire, but it was close. It's close. Get one against A&M and Bama to go out on at least somewhat of a high note. I mean, you got to have something positive.
Yeah. No, I mean, and again, you've largely held this class together. Whereas you saw Florida's fluctuate last year, specifically down the stretch. Yeah, Auburn's lost some guys. You lost 2 pieces within the last 2 days that you did not want to lose.
Yes.
But it hasn't been a mass exodus at this point.
Right.
You mean Auburn's class isn't falling apart at the seams?
It is not. It is still going to be, at this point, having secured Deuce Knight, I feel comfortable even if you don't land Naim Offord, this is a top 10 class at the end of the day. Now, Florida didn't take a tumble beyond a certain point, right? I mean, I think they landed at number 12 last year, so I'm not trying to say that they had some monumental collapse. But they went from number 4 to number 12, which is a pretty steep fall. Auburn's 5. I think probably, I just checked the numbers. The furthest they'll fall, I think, is 8. I think that's what possibly they could fall out at, contingent on what happens with some of the guys in front of you or behind you.
The really though, the big, if you're worried about rankings, the big piece was Duce, was it not?
Yes. Yeah. You
have to have that one to stay, stay above where you're at or stay where you're at.
Yeah, he buoys your class for sure. He's that centerpiece that you had to have locked in. Now, Naheem's the cherry on top, but Duce was the centerpiece that you had to have.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10. 10 commitments of the 25.
Yes.
So 15 of the 25 have been announced. We're still waiting on 10 to be announced. Alvin Henderson, Derek and Eric Smith, Sam Turner, Broderick Scholl. And you got Jordan Crawford, Jakaleb Faulk, who we've already talked to. He's done deal. Bryce Diaz, Blake Woodby, and Devin Williams.
Oh, yeah, the Baltimore guys.
Again, I think we'll find out. Oh, that's the commitments. And then, of course, the timelines we've got at 10 coming up. Darion Smith, a big one. Jordan Crawford, another big one. I mean, just because we think he's going to be an impact player.
Yes.
Those are your 10 o'clock. And Naim Offord, obviously, at 10:30. So 10 o'clock's about to get interesting.
Don't forget with Darion Smith, if you flip him, you're flipping him from Rodney Garner, Tennessee. I don't know. We use this phrase a lot. I don't know if they're kicking the door down trying to keep him, but I don't care. That was a big evaluation for Rodney Garner. He wanted him. Ohio State was the school he chose Tennessee over. This is a big-time guy, man, in my opinion. I think he's a good player. A little undersized, but, Auburn's made a living off of an undersized D lineman.
Absolutely they have. Undersized does
probably would you think might play into the pitch a little bit, Alan?
I think so. I think it absolutely if you're trying to show a baseline of success, and I think that's in any point when you're recruiting a kid, building the relationship is fantastic, right?
Yes.
But being able to show them that you can translate success from the high school ranks to the college ranks and getting them to the pros, and that there is, that it's layered there in that way. That is imperative to me in probably cementing any big time recruitment. You have to be able to show an evolution of being able to develop players and making them the best player they can possibly be and setting them up for success moving forward. So again, very impressed with Vontrell King Williams. If he walks away with these 4 guys, and 2 of which are already signed, and you got 2 more big ones coming up, that's a big class for Vontrell. On a first-year guy, he's been a college coach for what, 6 years?
Yeah.
I mean, not long at all.
Yes.
Rising star, man. He is an absolute rising star. Watch that. Just like his predecessor, Jeremy Garrett. I think a lot of him.
He's had a good year, man. Just recruiting on the field, defensive line played above what I thought they were.
Yes.
So that's important.
You can tell, look, when you watch a position group and you can tell that they're disciplined.
Yes.
And again, sometimes that's a byproduct of who you have at that position, right? Like, do you have some senior veteran guys there that are anchoring that, encouraging that discipline? I mean, that always helps, right? But these are the same guys this time last year underneath Jeremy Garrett. And this is not me knocking Jeremy. I think he had to work through some things. They played better down the stretch. But where there was some undisciplined play and they got moved out of their gap.
Yeah. I'm checking with our Ohio State site as well. They have not gotten word on Zion Grady yet. The official Ohio State page or that hasn't, they haven't put anything out. I'm not saying anything. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why they haven't put it out.
He's signed at this point. When do they plan to release it? Who knows? But you wonder why they would hold on to that one and then release Turbo Rogers, right?
Yeah, they just put Turbo Rogers out. Why? And I mean, obviously Auburn put out Eric Winters about 5 minutes after it happened. So it's interesting.
Yeah, that's certainly got you questioning some things. Did they decide to send it in? Have they not sent it in? Are they timing it for later?
Yeah.
You know, you don't know. That's interesting for sure.
Very.
Antonio is probably one of the most underrated D linemen in the country. He's truly a twitchy, powerful. He's explosive. He's a big play waiting to happen. And besides that, off the field, he's like someone. He's really a good kid.
Did Jeffrey just? I guess that was Zach that played that. Jeffrey.
So I think Zach was picking up Jeffrey's slack here.
I see. Yeah, a lot of Zion Grady talk on the board for now.
Sure. I mean, there's, it's reasonable to have questions about why they haven't released that. To release Turbo Rogers and not release Zion Grady, a guy who's been committed to you. Interested to see why they're timing that out the way that they are, if they have that grant name, because obviously NLI's National Letter of Intent, that's been disestablished this past year. You're now just signing a grant and aid agreement with your university, which makes you off limits to others to communicate with, or a financial agreement, whatever they're calling it. I think it's still a grant and aid. Isn't that your understanding, Jeffrey?
Financial aid agreement.
Financial aid agreement. That's what they're calling it now.
Yeah, I had to catch myself several times writing these stories. I kept going National Letter of Intent. And no, that's not it anymore.
No, I mean, it for all intents and purposes, it's just the same thing. But I think the reason they did this is all transfers are required to sign this too, and it eliminates people from tampering with the transfer after they sign.
Right.
Hey, do you know what's the difference? I looked this up the other day. The difference between a National Letter of Intent and a financial aid agreement. Oh, I think a National Letter of Intent, was it not a commitment for 1 year?
So, to my knowledge, there's not much difference. You used to have to sign two documents, right? You had to sign a financial aid agreement or a grant and aid, and you had to sign an NIL or an NLI. Now they've streamlined it to where you only have to sign one. And transfers before used to have to sign just the grant and aid. That was all you were required to sign. So they've made it now where, because you are able to tamper with those people, where you're able to tamper with transfers if they sign the grant and aid, they've redefined it. So you're calling it a financial aid agreement, and you're securing that document in a way where you're no longer able to communicate with that player after they've signed and provided that document back to the university.
Have they done something, Alan, with the portal where if they do sign, is it like binding now, more binding than it was?
Okay. It is binding. That's what I was in a long-winded way. That's what I was trying to get to.
I could have saved us
is
a lot of trouble.
Yeah, for all parties involved. If you sign this document, you're done. There's no more flirting with other teams, trying to, Now, again, this is the freedom of movement era. So if you don't like where you're at, you transfer in a semester.
Yeah.
We're on 6-month contracts right now. So
yeah. No, that would have helped us on Ben Scott back in the day. Remember that one?
It would have helped you on Ben Scott. It would have helped.
We were like, he signed. It's over. Well,
yeah, okay. I think Amari Knight also signed, if I remember correctly.
Amari Kite, yeah.
Amari Kite, that's it. I'm sorry. Who later went down to UCF, and I don't even know if he got any playing time down there. I'm going to be honest with you.
I haven't heard anything.
I think Auburn might have lucked out on that one, but he was somebody they prioritized for sure. They brought in for an early December visit. I bet the chat is going nuts watching Jeffrey Lee with his inner Jerry Maguire right now.
We have somebody on the board with an interesting. I mean, we'll see if they're right or not. Says that somebody that they know that covers Tulane says that Montgomery Catholic product safety Jotavian Pierce might be thinking about flipping to Auburn. or has flipped to Auburn is what he says on there, but I don't know. That's interesting.
Okay.
That is a guy that we tracked a little bit. He's been committed to Tulane. It's interesting. We'll keep an eye on him for maybe an 11th hour signing day deal like Daniel Thomas from Montgomery. It's interesting. I don't know. We'll see on that. That's just what a board poster's saying on our.
Yeah, I'm reading that right now.
Okay, Grady is in with Ohio State.
Okay.
Ohio State just posted. Yep. Yep. They have gotten word Ohio State posted everything there, so he is signed with Ohio State.
Okay. So that one's done. Ambiguity gone.
Yes.
Shit. Oh, sorry.
You had E. Moss in here talking about somebody. Zach, unmute Jeffrey's microphone real quick.
Yeah.
That's what I was checking on.
Especially after your eyes got big.
Well, when I first started that conversation, he had not signed Ohio State. This was an hour ago.
Okay.
So, and he had not signed up as an hour ago. So that's good. All right, let's move along.
I need to get this on Facebook.
Interesting, if true, on Jotavian Pierce. He's an interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, I don't know what the credibility of the guy is. No offense to him.
Sure.
But it's an interesting. I mean, Joe P. They call him Joe P.
What's going on?
Jotavian Pierce, who's committed to Tulane. Some guy on our board said that he's hearing that he might flip to Auburn from a guy that covers Tulane.
What position?
Safety from Montgomery Catholic.
That would be a Charles Kelly deal there.
Yeah, he was at Auburn's junior day. He was at Big Cat weekend. We've seen him a little bit, Jeffrey, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe that's an 11th hour deal, kind of like Daniel Thomas was. I haven't heard anything on it. So,
which would shock me some. You typically don't see these kind of players anymore.
No, not really. We kind of talked about that the other day. Like that era might be over where you get one like that.
Let me see. He's an in-state kid?
Yeah, Montgomery Catholic.
Montgomery, ironically.
Same school as Jeremiah Cobb, right?
Correct. Florida held on to Naishawn Montgomery, who was getting some pull from Alabama a little bit there, I believe.
Huh.
We do apologize, guys.
For what?
For the silence.
I ain't apologizing to nobody.
Yeah, just I'm checking around on that.
Let's see. Let me pull this up, Zach, because I don't have any idea who this cat is. And I bet nobody else does either.
I mean, there may be nothing to it. It's a guy on our board that's saying it.
No, I saw it on Twitter. He is
really?
apparently taking down his Tulane.
Okay. We've written about him a couple times, Jeffrey. It's been a while though. He didn't come to a game, or I think he came to one game, an early game this season, but we didn't see him much.
Who else he was?
Hey, Cole, you had a story in August of 2023. Auburn's number 1.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Huh? How about them apples?
Ironic, he's from Montgomery, right? If that were the case, just like Daniel Thomas was also.
Sure
from
is.
Big Cat Weekend.
Yeah, he was at Big Cat. That's where it happened, I think, right? When he called Auburn #1.
Yeah, it was.
Or no, you said August. Was that August?
It would have been post Big Cat.
True.
I feel like he was there.
Oh, that was Zach Etheridge. That was in 23. Yeah.
Yeah, August of 23.
Interesting. We got a couple people asking about Tavares Dyson if he's signed with Florida yet. I don't think he has, but I think that.
Dude, I checked on that all night last night, and I didn't hear anything to give me any kind of hope on that one.
I got you some Jatavian Pierce scoop.
Okay.
He is decommitted from Tulane.
Okay.
And he will not be signing until February.
Ah, okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
I got to take this.
Go ahead. Jeffrey's just trying to up our ratings in the chat anyway.
All right. We're at 9:51, 10 o'clock.
Yes, we're coming up on the big 10 o'clock hour here. For those that are unaware or just joining us now in the stream, you've got Darion Smith, Eric Smith, and Derek Smith that all should be committing around this time frame. And then at the 10:30 block, you'll have the big one, right? This is Naim Offord's time, along with I think one of his best friends, his defensive tackle partner that both you and I are extremely high on, Cole.
Yep. Absolutely.
So interested to see how these go.
I haven't been able to check much on Naim Offord today just because we've been doing this, but just as of last night, I mean, I haven't gotten anything new there. I haven't gotten anything new, in which no news seems to be good news because Auburn's been trending, right?
Yeah, I will tell you, I checked with at least 4 different people this morning, 2 in the industry, a couple people outside of it that are more related and more known in the NIL space, just kind of asked their opinion, and nobody had anything concrete, right? Like, I don't think if Naim has notified somebody, I don't know about it, and maybe that's obviously probably by design.
Right.
But everybody felt like each person in that conversation felt like Auburn was likely the pick. I did speak to somebody in full disclosure that thought Oregon was okay. Let Jeffrey in real quick. or not. But they thought that Oregon might be the leader, and this was a couple days ago.
Yeah.
But that's I've only talked to a handful of people that believe that Oregon was a real threat to Auburn here. Most of the buzz this morning was Auburn that I got.
Jatavion Pierce, fake news, not happening.
Okay.
Gotcha.
That's good to know. But he's not signing with Tulane, so that's obviously
Correct.
Maybe Zach will get him back and play over at Houston. Who knows?
You can go ahead with that, Zach. Sorry, we keep cutting it off.
Yeah, I wanted to see this.
Nah, man. Hey, I'm excited about you, dog. Like man, I love you. Like real talk. Like I appreciate you for sticking with us, dog. This thing gonna be special. All right. All right, man. Take care.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Good stuff.
That's great. Yeah, that's great stuff.
Jeffrey, we're about 5 minutes away from the big 10 o'clock hour, like Alan was saying there.
I feel like Jarquez Hunter, am I?
Yeah.
Do you? Maybe you got on that. Who's the Caden Salter helmet?
Yeah, great day in the morning. I'm sorry, I just can't pull for some dude that looks like that. I just can't.
It looked like he's going to the moon, baby.
I will say this: respect to Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah, but he has to, right?
But he doesn't. Like, no, I'm sorry. He could wear the cushion, the shell, and he says, "No, I'm not doing that."
Dude, All right. So for him personally, I wish he would. Okay. Like,
I hear you.
brother, you have
I
gotten
hear you.
yourself. You take another couple shots like that, and
It should be mandatory for him. Zach's
It
right
should,
about that.
Zach,
It really
you're
should.
right.
What did he say?
Okay, let's
Christian Ingram, South Carolina.
okay. Okay, all right. Jatavian Pierce gone out. So now we're looking at Darion Smith. We're did I hear somebody say that Tavares Dice still has not signed?
Yeah, I don't think
Florida.
he has. I haven't seen anything come through on that, but that doesn't mean I haven't heard anything.
Okay, I mean it's just noteworthy. Put it in the back of your head, you know.
Yeah.
Everybody take that deep breath.
There's a lot of everybody's talking about Naim Offord. Julian Lewis has signed with Colorado.
Good for him.
So that's official.
I'm curious to see how he does.
A lot of people are saying Tom Loy over on 24/7 has said Offord may be sticking with Ohio State. He mentioned that on their show, I believe. Yeah, I don't know.
I will tell you that
I should get an update here soon. I hope.
Yeah, there's some belief it could be any one of the three, right? I just talked to somebody else who thinks that Oregon is seriously a player here, so it's going to be interesting, man. It's going to be interesting.
Yep.
And this is not me trying to build drama here. This is truly.
This is what happens with these at the end every time.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it really is.
So, we talked about it earlier. What would this be if Auburn was unable to get Offord after trending for Offord for a while? That would be disappointing for the day for Auburn fans. Would be a punch in the gut a little bit. It doesn't, it doesn't hurt your class necessarily to where it is right now. You're still going to be top 10, chance at top 5. But that's a big damper, is it not? If you can't get that one done.
Yeah, it is. Ain't no way around it.
Mm-mm.
Is Antonio Coleman the last one?
Yes.
That was, the most recent one. Yes. No way around it. That's a big one. All right, we're going.
All right.
It's interesting to me that it all flares up right before he's about to decide and not the day before or something,
Oh, this is freaking what? Last 30 minutes.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't wait to see what the fallout would be if he did not go to Auburn at this point. Right?
It would be disappointing. It'd be anticlimactic. Let's put it that way. I was looking at the team rankings. I don't know. Auburn's obviously not going to move up, but what are we waiting? Why?
Oh, there's Darion Smith.
Okay.
He's flipped to Auburn.
All right. Good job.
Darion Smith, 2025 defensive lineman, has officially flipped to Auburn from Tennessee. There it is.
Let me get that put up.
Yep. So there's the first big one of the 10 o'clock hour, and boy, did he not wait.
I hear you, big dog. I like that kid.
I do too. All those guys, man, those Baltimore guys, they got a swagger about them, do they not?
Yeah, I hope we can get Blake on here soon.
Darian
Yeah.
Smith's in.
Darian Smith is in.
Big one. That's a big one, guys.
It is. It is a big one.
All right.
This was about the time last year where we all started getting quieter because
Well, sure, because you've got,
we're just we're gonna be live during it.
Okay.
All right.
Cole, will you add him to the commitment list?
Yes.
We'll see if he has any. I wouldn't expect him to move the needle any in the rankings, at least.
I don't think so. No. I haven't looked at the points, but I don't think he does. Okay.
I mean, if
all right, we got that's good. He's committed now on there. Where's your story?
Live updates.
There it is.
What's his name? Darion Smith.
Yeah. That's what I said.
That's what's it. All right. Get that up. Whew. My eyes are going a little cross-eyed here.
Of course.
Auburn football with the eyeball. I'm guessing that is for Smith.
Okay. Oh.
Now, our current ranking is also consisting of Donovan Starr staying in the class too.
That's true.
That's another facet to this, right?
If Auburn does not land Offord, do you think that helps with Donovan Starr?
Significantly.
Yes.
I think so too.
I think you hold on to Donovan Starr because he becomes your other premier corner in this class. I mean, hell, dude, you're down to 3 right now.
Yeah.
Technically, yeah.
We thought they were going to sign as many as 5, and now you're closer to 3, or you are at 3.
Yep.
With some unassuredness about Naim Offord.
Yes.
I mean, now look, dude,
I expected it. I expected this to happen.
Sure.
You know, just there being big time drama. It's interesting that the you know, we're here in Oregon a little bit, here in Ohio State a little bit.
Sure.
That's I'm not saying that's a good sign. It's not, but it's it's like, okay, who knows here?
Well, that's what I was going to say. Who's got a real read here? Who's got a real read on this situation?
Exactly. All right, Darion Smith. Yep, that's a good one. Hayes at it. People are talking about that. It's a pretty good one. I like it.
What happened? What happened?
No, one potato on the board.
Well, that name, first of all, one
He
potato.
said, I'm worried somebody needs to rip a fart on the show. Get me feeling better.
All right. Let's Cole, we had started talking about transfer portal.
Yeah.
You gave me your top 3 needs, I think, where you said
I gave you 2. I gave you quarterback and offensive tackle.
Okay.
After that, I would say, oh man. Well, and now it kind of depends on what you do with Offord, right? I'm thinking corner.
I think a third. I mean, look, you've got 2 good young players there, but you need a third. I felt like your corner play suffered because you didn't have rotational depth at that position, and a third guy that you really trusted.
Yeah.
Does that get solved by somebody coming back from injury? Maybe, but I don't think you can bank on that. You're looking for some more. In Hugh Freeze, year 3, you're looking for sure things right now, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
So corner would be up there for me. Running back is probably number 4.
I think that might be number 3 for me, no matter what happens.
I mean,
no matter what happens with Offord, I think running back might be number 3. Because I don't think Auburn gets Usman Chroma today. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna see what happens, but I don't think that happens right now. So running back's number 3. You got to find a stud. I did write in the predictions signing day eve night last night. I did speak briefly with Ahmad Hardy. Sounds like he would be very interested in Auburn should they reach out. He is officially in the portal, or he's going to be in the portal.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I could get for him for now, but it sounds like he would be very interested if Auburn is going to reach out to him. So I think Auburn might, regardless of what happens with Usman. Now, I've heard that if Auburn were to get Usman Chroma, they wouldn't go to the portal. I just don't know. I feel like they need more backs.
I'm with you, but I get, again, it's an appropriation of resources question, right, Cole? Because if you don't lose Jeremiah Cobb, and you've got him and Damari on scholarship, and you bring in Alvin and Usman, are you really going to go in and pay for another portal running back because that's added payroll, or do you feel good enough that you think scholarship worthy, right? Like in a pinch,
yeah,
he could provide some reps for you. That's what I don't know, and that's the interesting part to me. We've created this new general manager position, and Will is filling that role at Auburn. I think he's doing a pretty good job at it.
Yes.
But it's
Donovan Starr signing today.
Oh.
Probably not good news for Naim Offord.
I wouldn't think so. If it's Auburn.
I would think so. It just lines up. Maybe.
Interesting.
Seems like it would.
Seems like it would. Of course, we talked about the 5 corner class, Allen, with him. Now you're down Shamar Arnoux. So it is interesting. I don't know. I'm with you. I think that's probably not good news on Offord, but we'll see. We'll see here shortly, I think.
When's Donovan going to go? Do we know?
Not yet.
Okay.
Here we go. Oh.
Good stuff, Zach.
Hurry up and wait.
Hurry up and wait, yeah.
Hurry up. Not you. No.
You good?
I don't know. Let's see. I'm checking to see if Parker's having some kind of deal. I mean, obviously, we have not heard from Jordan Crawford yet. I'm gonna see if they're going live on Facebook.
Yeah, is it raining outside?
That's pretty much where you're at with it. Did we? Oh God. Okay, so did Derek and Eric Smith ever sign? Did we see those released?
Not yet.
Okay,
I haven't seen that yet.
What time were they?
they were at 10.
Let's see. Parker.
And I mean, we're just over 10 right now, so that doesn't shock me.
You know what? Auburn has not released a cornerback commitment. We keep waiting on Devin Williams.
Mm-hmm. You think they're going to put them all out at one time?
Or maybe they're just waiting to see what Naim does.
Maybe they are.
I don't know. Maybe I'm looking too much into that.
I don't know. I think Donovan Starr going today is a bigger.
That's a big indicator.
Well, if it's Auburn again, right? Like
If it's Auburn, yeah.
If it's Auburn, if it's Alabama, because Alabama missed on somebody that they were pressing too, right?
It could be Alabama. The last intel that I think we all got on that was that it was looking like it might not be Alabama, right?
Yeah, because they had 2 stud corners already signed in that class. I
They
feel like
didn't-
it's yeah.
They didn't get Mason Dunn, right, from Ole Miss.
That was who they were pressing for their third corner. Now, Auburn's situation is significantly different. Devin Williams is by far and away your third corner in this class. Blake Woodby and Donovan Starr would be 1-2 if you don't get Naim.
Listen, Donovan Starr, man. That guy's legit.
He is. Look, top 200 player in the country.
Highly wanted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, okay. What to talk about here?
Um,
All right. So I think, regardless of what happens today, right, you're going to the portal for a corner.
yeah.
And I think the portal is probably, if you're talking immediate future, that's the biggest. That's probably a bigger deal right now than your high school class.
What if Donovan Starr announced today to Vandy?
Ooh.
That would not be good, as they say.
That would be worthy of your
face.
I still think if he does today, it'll be Auburn. But
Okay, but it's a possibility, right? Like you can't. All right, now we got to ask this question: what does that mean for crime if the only corners you walk away with in this class are Blake Woodby and Devin Williams?
I forgot about Blake. Yeah,
Blake Woodby, Devin Williams. Yeah, that interesting.
I mean, I will be honest with you. I'm not overly high on Devin because of his size. I have questions there, and I think he's
didn't
got
play
some
his senior
limitations.
year.
Yeah, got some limitations.
Yep.
Blake, I think he's a really good player. So that's good from that standpoint. But you've landed what, 2 true corners in 2 classes if you're crime?
Yeah, corner is been it's been a position where they've had a little trouble. Obviously, you got. I mean, look at the depth chart right now. You know, they went to Jay Crawford to be the starter. He played every snap in every game down the stretch.
I mean, yeah, he played great, right? But they went to him out of necessity. They had to go to him.
Right.
Because we busted on the transfer from Alabama on Kite.
Yeah.
You lost a corner to Colorado, who, for all intents and purposes, probably would have been the starter opposite of yeah, man, that's not a good hit rate on crime. And I'm not trying to throw him under the bus here, but that's what happens. And you lose Donovan Starr today to Vandy or Alabama, and you don't close Naim. Because, again, nobody knows anything right now, right? Like, there's nothing's been announced. Nobody knows anything, but my gut is not feeling really good about Naim Offord landing at Auburn at this moment.
There's so much information coming in about it. Of course, it could happen any minute now. This is how this thing goes every time with those big recruitments. Hang on. I think we might have Zach. If you go to on Facebook, the Selma Times Journal, right there, we could get Derek and Eric Smith if you'd like.
Okay.
They're live on there right now.
That's great.
Yeah, don't forget, Alan, also Champ Anthony and Tyler Scott.
Yes. Yeah, now those are hidden pieces that make you feel better about your depth right there, right? Both are coming back from injury, though, and I think both are both ACL tears.
One thing everybody from the South community.
Coach Moody.
6 years ago when I started being the coach here at Southside, we had a signing day that year, and I said, this is something we want to continue to do. We want to create a culture. We want to create an atmosphere where kids can go be great. Everybody know I say start.
Oh.
Frozen.
They're too close. They're too close to me. That's the problem.
You think that's what it is?
South and go either way. All right, that's not just for athletes, that's for everyone here at Southside. So today we have a special moment, and I hope that is motivation for everybody in the room. All right, the special moment today is we have Derek and Eric Smith here that are getting ready to sign their letter of intent. So we're going to go to them and let them speak to you all at this moment.
Somebody ain't happy.
No. Did you take Coleman over there? Let him raise some cane?
He better not be.
First, I want to thank coaches, teammates, supporting me through this process. I had a great time here. Thank you, Southside. Let's be Auburn Tigers. Where are you?
That's Eric Smith.
Mm-hmm.
This is Derek.
Yep.
First, I want to thank God for him. I want to thank my family, coaches, everybody who I want to say I'll take my team to Auburn. Where are you?
All right. Derek and Eric Smith.
Yes. Big ones right there.
Auburn.
Yep.
All right, Jeffrey, I'm rolling with Derek and Eric now.
Okay.
How you feeling, big dog? You don't have to say it.
Well, I'm not ready to say it.
Okay.
I'm waiting on a couple more.
Okay.
Okay. Derek Smith. Yeah, I'm not going to wait for the official page for that.
Not when you see him commit live in front of your face, man. Like that's not a.
Listen, the amount of ways you can screw up doing all this, you know it.
Look, that's one of my favorite stories that Jeffrey's ever told is when he got quotes from, I think it was the #1 defensive tackle in the country, one of his first big scoops. What was that kid's name, Jeffrey? Out of Mississippi?
I don't know what you said. Oh, Jarrell?
Yeah, Jarrell Poe. When Jeffrey said he put this commitment story up and then got a call 30 minutes later, like, hey, man, he went to Ole Miss.
Did it for the kids. No, he went to LSU first.
He was at LSU first, and then he transferred back.
For the kids. Jarrell Poe had a good career, though, didn't he?
Dude, his high school film is some of the best you'll ever see.
Oh, for sure.
Mr. Duce, I'm guessing.
Shit.
You wouldn't be showing Ken Austin otherwise.
Hey, Deuce. Hey, man, excited for you, brother.
Yes, sir. I'm ready to work.
Yeah, I know you are. We'll get you here soon enough.
Hold on, let me let you talk to Coach Freeze.
Dang, Kenyatta cut him right off.
Sausage biscuit in honor of you signing.
Oh, yeah, Coach Breeze. I'm ready to do it, man.
I can't wait, man. I don't know. I got to figure out how to line up left-handed though.
Yeah. We're gonna get right, Coach Breeze.
We'll get it right, man.
Okay, so again, we're chalk with the exception of the kid that went to Florida State. Sorry, man.
We're still waiting on Sam Turner, too.
Yeah. That's a big one, man, for me.
I didn't realize he had visited Georgia a couple times.
Georgia Tech, as of late.
Yeah, Georgia Tech, yeah. But I think all is good there. Let's see, Derek Smith.
Shamar Arnoux obviously flipped this morning.
Yes.
Nate Marshall. And now you're in the anxiety bowl with the Donovan Starr / Naim Offord situation.
Absolutely. I mean, would you say, Alan, that Auburn's corner, obviously safety's looking really good.
Yes, safety recruiting was fantastic this time around.
Safety's looking very good. Corner though, it's there's no way they don't bring in. I mean, if you do end up signing 3 or 4 in this class, there's no way that they don't bring in some more guys. They have to have more.
Well, you need at least 4 corners per side, right? I mean, I think that's adequate depth to have 8. You have, if you only sign 2 in this class and you don't have any attrition to the portal, that's the other part, is that you don't know what attrition the portal is going to take or create. So Kayan Lee was close to putting his name in the portal last year. I think he's probably in a better spot this year, and that Auburn stands a good chance of retaining him. But you never know, man. You don't know who's going to target your guy and provide them an offer that might be too difficult to refuse.
Well, we kind of take it for granted, that Auburn pretty much keeps who they want to keep for the most part from leaving.
They have to this point for sure.
But how big was – I mean, I don't know what Colton Hood did at Colorado, but it was kind of tough to lose him. It turned out to be a bigger loss than it seemed.
It was a really big loss. In my opinion, he would have probably been the starter, but you would have had you would have had better depth because you would have been able to rotate your true freshman through there and not have to have him play 60 to 70 snaps a game.
Yeah.
He could have given you 30 and brought him along a little bit differently. Now he's going to be ready for next year, no doubt about it. And he's a player. But I would have loved to have had Colton Hood. I think he had 2 picks this year for Colorado, maybe 3.
Oh, did he?
10 plus tackles. Yeah.
Oh, wow. So he played.
He did a significant amount. He was the 3rd corner for Colorado this year.
Oh, wow. I'm telling you, I did not watch one Colorado snap.
I did. I wanted to see if Prime and the boys would improve this year, and they did. Now, I think they moved into a conference that the quality of play wasn't as good as what they faced in the Pac-12 from a top-end talent standpoint this time last year. But all the same, I mean, you got to give them credit for going from 4 wins to 9 wins. That's a huge jump.
Yeah, it is. Very big.
So,
with the big tweet there, he's fired up.
As he should be. Good for him.
So let's go through while we're waiting. Somebody said Jarrell Poe was a beast.
You're muted, Jeffrey. Okay.
Does he want to be muted?
Yeah, I think he's on the phone. I thought he was talking to us. My bad.
Hang on.
Going through who's signed now.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull that up right now. Auburn Live signing day HQ. All right, so the day started off. John McGuire, punter from Thompson, was the first of the day. Phone's going crazy. Okay, we're good. Ty Buster is in.
Yep.
Steve Wiltfong has released some information on Naim Offord.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm going to retweet that first. Let's jump to that, I guess.
Yep.
Let's see. While Auburn has been seen as the biggest threat to flip Naim Offord, in the 11th hour, there's plenty of momentum behind Oregon. The Ducks have long been a dark horse in this one. That lines up with what you were hearing, Alan.
Yep.
It's, I had a pretty good source tell me a while back that it seemed like Oregon was in the lead, and then that changed. Like Oregon 100% took the lead is the way I took it from this person.
I think that would have been a fair assessment, and I didn't have a read on that until significantly later. I think I became a little bit worried about Oregon down the stretch here, where my intel shifted that they were the biggest competition. Yesterday, I was under the impression that Auburn was okay there, and that is not my information at the moment. So
yep.
that would absolutely coincide with what Steve Wiltfong is reporting.
Yep.
But again, nobody's announced anything. I have, who knows, right?
Zach Alvin is live on his Instagram if you want to go to that while we're waiting. He's about to sign. While you're looking for that, so Ty Buster, Hollis Davidson, Cale Ellis, Jacoby Ward, Ryan G, Jared Smith, Elijah Melendez. Those were big. Okay, here we go. Don't think there will be any drama here, but
no, I think this one's done deal, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Get that story ready.
Yeah.
We'll start in just a minute, everyone. We're just waiting on a few members of Caden's family.
Stone Bunny Heaven. I told you that. Yeah. You told me this morning. I did. No, you told me last night. Shit, you told me all this is now. I ain't say go back.
I think we might get something from Offord here very soon.
Okay.
In the next few minutes, I think. But we should also hear from Jordan Crawford.
Bro, they need to pull up, bro. Take a picture.
Get Jordan Crawford pulled up too.
See, but what if they just not leave it alone? He said
Mr. Balkin, can we get Caden's family right there? They just walked in, kind of up here to the front.
Me and my brother.
Is Dice signed with Florida yet?
I haven't heard. I have not seen anything. I got Keith on notification. I have not seen it.
Police is on the road. What's my dad doing?
Yeah, they've got it.
Oh, they do?
An hour ago.
An hour ago. There it is. Just, I mean, literally. Just came through from Keith. Right there.
This might be the least amount of drama of any recruit in the Auburn class right now with Alvin Henderson.
I think so. Yeah. I wonder. Let's see if we can find something for Naim Offord.
Mm-hmm.
I tried. I looked for Parker High School. I don't know if there's Birmingham News that might be there.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and start. I want to welcome everyone here for this this great and joyous day. We're so proud of our student athletes, Caden Adkins and Alvin Henderson, on the careers that they've had here at Elba High School, and so excited. A lot of hard work has gone into getting us to this moment, and we're just so excited for the future of these two, and appreciate everything that they've done for Elba High School in our athletic program. I'm going to start off, and I'd like to give you a couple of things of Caden's football accomplishments, a couple of his stats. Caden played in 34 games here at Elba. He had 226 solo tackles, 392 total tackles, which is just unheard of. Averaged over 11 and a half tackles a game. In his career, he had over 20 sacks, 2 interceptions, 7 caused fumbles, and a total of 89 tackles for a loss, which, if you know anything about football, you know those defensive stats are just phenomenal. His junior year, he was in the top 5 in the United States for tackles for a loss, which was outstanding also. Alvin Henderson played in 55 games.
Zach, we
while
got
he was
Parker's
here.
signing day
Alvin
ceremony. It's
averaged
on YouTube.
13.7 yards per carry. He
ABC 3340. Just search that 33 or the dash / whatever 40. And they're live right now. Parker High School signing day ceremony. ABC 33-40, not dash / There it is.
Okay.
All right, hat people.
Oregon feels good. Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are. You're unmuted.
Not done, but they feel good.
Interesting. Auburn football put out Duke Smith.
Let's see here. Steve Wiltfong and Chad Simmons and Max Torres has put in RPMs for Oregon.
Yeah, I'd say they feel good. Whew. Tough day for Crime on that. See if he can rebound by getting Donovan Starr to stay in the class. I think that would be big for them right about now.
It would. It would be very good. It's still going to be tough to get over that one, but
yeah, I mean, look, he's an elite player. If that's where he goes is Oregon, good for Dan Lanning and that group. They did what they needed to do in the final hours.
Yeah.
I would say they probably did a pretty good job of figuring out who the decision maker was in that recruitment.
Definitely. I will say I talked to, we did a crossover deal with our Oregon site a couple of days before signing day, talked to them about Naim Offord. The guy that runs our site, I talked to him, and he said, look, the way things have been going with Oregon, if they want somebody, they've gotten them. Bottom line.
With the exception of Melendez, that's true.
Melendez, yes. So they had a couple linebackers. With Melendez, I don't think they just completely honed in on him. They really liked the Caleb Burns guy from –
Not really, though. Lincoln Kerr, Dallas Wilson.
No. Before then. He was just saying before those guys.
Didn't Dallas Wilson sign with Oregon?
Oh, maybe he was supposed to go to Florida, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was supposed to go, but I think
right. That's
stayed.
right.
Where did Lincoln Cure end up?
He stayed with Kansas State.
Did he really? That's big for them.
Basically, okay. Chad just posted about Donovan Starr's deal for today.
Okay. Does Chad have a time on that?
Yeah. He says planning to wait after initially planning to wait until Friday. Donovan Starr will go public on Wednesday between Auburn, Alabama, and Vanderbilt. Yep. So that's rehashed.
As of last night, Alabama was considered the slight favorite to land him.
Yeah, he did put that at the end.
But I don't think it's Alabama.
I just know what a big deal it was to me in my sourcing, how big a deal it was to have all of the corners in that class, potentially taking 5 corners. That was something that was stressed to me that might be a deterrent for Donovan.
Oh.
Now that's not an issue at Auburn, but you do have 2 5-star corners. So we'll see how it plays out. And then I guess Zach will get us back up online when Crawford's ready to.
Oh, is that Crawford? Oh, it was Crawford. I thought it was. It is Crawford.
It was Crawford and Naim. Yeah, same school.
Crawford and Offord.
Let's see what we've got left here.
Boy, what a school though, right? So
I know.
Did who's the other corner there?
Tim Merritt.
Tim Merritt, who's either signing with Miami or Tennessee today.
Yep.
Naim Offord, who, for all intents and purposes, we think is going to Oregon as of right now, but nothing's official. And
Jordan Crawford, who's committed to Auburn, and for all intents and purposes is signing with Auburn.
Yep. Zach's got it pulled back for now. He said when somebody goes on stage, he'll throw it back up. So
okay, that's smart.
And Alvin, I got Alvin pulled up here too, so we had to pull that one down.
Yeah, we can probably go back to Alvin unless he's already done.
He hasn't done it yet. He's still waiting. It looks like.
Oh, okay, never mind. Thanks, Zach, for keeping us from being demonetized. I appreciate it.
Good call. Good call. Seen a couple of questions in there about Justice Terry. He's Friday. Nothing's changed there.
Yeah,
he's going Friday. I haven't gotten any new intel yet on that, but from what we wrote the other night, it just sounds like Jeffrey says, expect Georgia. Be celebrate if it's Auburn. There's some talk out there that Auburn's got a chance there, but we'll see.
I was more bullish 3 days ago, and I think in my prediction last night I put it too close to call. As of today, I still, I guess, would put it too close to call, but toe to the edge. I'm picking Georgia. That's where I'm at with Terry.
Yeah, for sure. Chroma too. I feel the same way with Chroma.
My sourcing hasn't been good on Chroma probably in about a week or two. I think they did what they needed to do to get that one done. So kind of a potentially anticlimactic finish here.
Yeah.
But you know what? It kind of went this way last year, right? Like you got several big ones that were committed to you, watching Cam Coleman, watching Perry sign. Amaris Williams was the big one on signing day.
Yeah, he was.
So
he was kind of expected. Once you get to this point, when somebody expects it, it's,
right,
not as big of a surprise, I guess. But you gotta reel back and understand what's happened, right?
Sure. And so, same thing today. Eric Winters signed, Anquan Fegan signed, big ones, right? Duce Knight, keep them, even though, and there was some chatter last night by the Ole Miss site, and maybe, look, you're only as good as your source, but on their part, thinking that Deuce was having a hard time making a decision, but you solidified that today. I think the difference between this class and last year's class is that you didn't lose somebody on signing day, and now you did that with Shamar Arnoux, and then obviously with Nathaniel Marshall the day before. So it's felt like a little bit of a rougher landing today than last year, even though it's kind of similar results.
For sure. All right, everybody's getting settled there. See Jordan Crawford and Naim Offord's on the far right.
Yep.
I was going to say so Auburn's at number 5 right now. If Oregon were to get Offord, I believe they would jump Auburn.
For sure.
Yeah, they're definitely jumping Auburn. And that was kind of the point I was making. If you don't get Naim, where does that put you? Well, it's definitely putting you at 6, but do you drop back to 7 or 8? Depending on what other schools do.
I think we should have word on Alvin in just a second.
Well, there's no question on what Jordan Crawford's doing, is there?
No, I think Jordan's good to go.
I mean, yeah, but you got a big AU directly behind you. I think you're good to go.
Yeah.
Good morning. Since he put him on the spot, I asked him on that Friday. It's going to be too cold. Great time to present these young men to this great community, this great school, this great institution. It's a great day. it is a solid athlete. They are being motivated because of that. And all the hard work. So, with that being said, we're going to follow the program as print and being welcome. So, my invitation, Coach Miles.
Just want to read a quick verse from the scriptures before we get started, because I think the Lord is all over this verse today. And young men, you go on to decide I want to hide this word in your heart for this next chapter and next season of life, which comes out of Isaiah 40, verses 30 through 31. It says, "Even youth shall faint and be weary, and young men shall fall exhausted. But they who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not be faint." And that's a reminder, young men, as it gets hard and the road gets weary, you look to God for you know where your help comes from. So let's open up with a word of prayer and get started on this joyous occasion. Let's bow our heads. Jesus, we thank you for this morning. God, we thank you for everybody represented on this stage today, and the sacrifices and commitments and dedication that it took to get to this moment, this position, and this place. God, even this morning as we woke up and the sun was shining through the windows, we were all reminded that your mercies are new every morning. God, we pray this a special long protection around every young man on this stage, that you would make level the path of his feet, that you would go before him, that you would be his rear guard, that you would cover him and protect him in his journey. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
We will have, from a teaching perspective, Ms. Thomas, from a coaching perspective, Coach Shepard, speaking on behalf of the family.
Good morning, everybody. What's the word? Thunderbird. What's the word? Thunderbird. All right, now. Okay. So, if there was one word that I could use to describe what was my perfection. I know that.
All that.
You gonna make it?
I'm trying, big dog.
It's been a long morning, huh? When your equipment starts to break down on you, that's when you know.
Oh, man. Let me get out of my, what's in my way?
Still nothing on Alvin yet, but I think they were just making a big deal out of that whole ceremony. So,
Well, being from Elba, man, I mean, I can't tell you the last time you had a guy that was a Power 4 prospect.
I thought you were going to say,
I
if
mean,
folks like to talk.
we had a couple kids sign with Vanderbilt, but that's, you know.
Not only does he practice at school, but he goes to training outside of school.
Oh, boy. We're going to have some speakers here, aren't we?
Yeah, you are.
And so I just want to congratulate Caleb at this time for all of your hard work and dedication in and outside of the classroom, being a leader for your fellow classmates in the classroom and on the field. It's a pleasure having you in my class, and I couldn't ask for more. So continue to strive for perfection as you move on after Parker High School, where we expect great things out of you, out of all of you on this stage. All right, thank you.
The reason I say it's big because Caleb takes a lot of my time on the sideline. Because he's usually the first person I see on the sideline. So I'm always in his ear, always talking to him, always screaming up, do this, do that. Make all the difference in that. And seeing Caleb grow from last year to this year.
Somebody put the over under at 4.5 speakers.
Fair.
I think it's already hit that, is it not?
Next, we will have Ms. Montgomery, seats on the teacher's perspective. And
Here comes another one.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, Zach, you can take that one back down for a hot minute, buddy.
It's about the kids, folks.
Yeah.
It's their day.
It's not.
They're calling that guy Spike Lee in the comments.
That'll bring up about 2 p.m. Maybe I'll order some lunch.
Yeah, go ahead and get you a Uber Eats. Does Uber Eats deliver where y'all live?
Oh, yeah.
Not me.
Cole said he's living out there in BFE.
I ordered a pizza one time where we used to live.
Uh-huh.
Guy got lost. He called us. He's like, "Man, don't ever order from us again."
For real?
Yeah. I said, "Look, I'll come get it. Where are you at?" I just try it. Might as well.
The boys, they order like fast food and have it delivered by DoorDash, and I'm going, that's got to be nasty.
Well, here's the thing, dude.
Makes
You're
it
paying.
expensive. I know that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, man.
Yeah, they'll spend their whole week's allowance on one Big Mac meal or whatever.
Hey, look, like let them learn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you're giving them allowance, you're only letting them do it. They're budgeting their own money.
Okay, what the hell's going on?
I guess right now we're in a holding pattern, waiting for Naim Offord to announce his intention. Jordan Crawford very much appears to be solid with Auburn. I don't think anybody's got any question about that. But if you did, there's a big Auburn logo directly above his head, indicating what he plans to do. And then obviously there's a couple of other commitments that are going to be announced. Signees that will be announced later today. Blake Woodby. And that St. Francis group, along with Sam Turner, and then obviously the Donovan Star news. That's the big piece, right? That's kind of the hanging chad here of what people are looking to see if you can close that one out or if it's trending Vandy or Alabama. Because I don't think there's anything else that's on the board once we get beyond Naim where there's any kind of real controversy or drama involved.
That we know of, but I don't think there's anybody else we should.
No, I think Sam Turner's solid. I think Blake Diaz and Blake Woodby are solid. And you haven't announced, obviously, Devin yet, but maybe something happens with him where he goes someplace else. Maybe he thinks he can get on the field. I don't know. I mean, I feel like he's pretty solid to Auburn.
Do we know if Buford has? I mean, that's a big school. They'll have several guys. Are they signing yet?
Let me take a peek.
It's a fair question.
What is interesting about this is, I mean, the number was getting up to like 30. Auburn was going to take 30 guys, and now it's coming down big time, is it not?
It has, and so what that's going to drive is your portal numbers.
Not that they're not trying to take Offord. Obviously, they are. They're trying to take Star too. But Like, do you think that the way the season went has anything to do with that, or is it just the way it's playing out?
I think the way the season went kind of compounds some of the anxiety right now of how you're falling a little bit flat. I don't think that it necessarily is driving any particular recruitment, but I think it definitely is kind of two-pronged with how the fan base feels right now. Because if you fall a little flat during the year, like, I mean, you disappointed, right? Vegas had you at 7-5, I think, or they had you at 7.5. Flip your number, you come in at 5-7, and you've got a really good signing class. I mean, I know there are people who are going to call it disappointing, but anytime you sign a top 10 recruiting class, you've done something right. And I think Auburn is squarely in the mix to sign a top 10 recruiting class contingent. I think even losing Donovan Starr, you'd stay inside the top 10.
Yeah.
But that takes you from where you were signing, like you said, you thought maybe upwards of 30, and now you're looking more 25, 26, probably.
There's Alvin, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, let me tell you. Oh, it's getting interesting, man.
Okay.
Is that why they have so many speakers?
Almost like a stall effort.
Okay.
I don't know.
Damn, son. If that rebounds,
it has been very quiet on my end, and that is unusual.
Okay.
Like, I can't even get a. So, let's see. I mean, hey, at this point, if Steve and Chad have logged RPMs in favor of Oregon, I have zero reason to doubt their information.
No.
And as I said, Oregon feels good. Nothing's done, but they felt pretty good. They felt good.
Right.
So I'm almost to the point now where it's like, hey, Oregon is trending. I hate that word, but it's just perfect for these situations.
Sure.
We'll see. Zach, what will you pull Parker back up one more time? Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah, they're definitely stalling, dude. They're freaking stalling.
What happened? I missed it. Still somebody talking?
Yes.
It looked like your third, or no, you're probably your fifth administrator that's speaking
and reading from a pamphlet or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Donovan Starr expecting to make his announcement between 2 and 3 p.m. Central Time today.
Okay. Zach's got the count at 7 different administrators that have spoken.
How many administrators they got?
Well, I mean, I guess a couple of them could be coaches. So
I still ain't seen Coach Warren yet. That's the head coach. You know he's going to say something.
yeah, I'm here. Offord has walked out. Okay.
Oh,
what?
We had
somebody in
Zach,
the chat. Put that back up, Zach, if you can.
Yeah, said he's at the ceremony, and Offord just walked out. Okay, are we getting? Is it getting interesting? And then the question is, all right, so
they don't have the camera on all the players, do they not? It's just on the speaker,
right? And then
Zach, can you put it up there and just mute the video? Yeah, let's do that.
Tim Merritt just went.
Did he?
Flipped from Miami to Tennessee.
Okay, as expected.
But they're not showing it. This is live.
Oh, Hayes put it up at 11.
He had it scheduled.
Yep. Now the question is, of course he's not.
David Sanders not signing today, according to Zach in the back.
David Sanders?
Yeah, now that was a hot one between Ohio State and Tennessee. With Oklahoma mixed in slightly, I think. But what's the common denominator on all those? And you got Ohio State involved. So if it is a stall, is this Ohio State? Is this Auburn? That's what you don't know, right?
Signing day so stupid. I mean, but it's so freaking awesome. It's so awesome, man. It's so awesome.
Well, you're watching live theater play out right now, right? Yeah, they're definitely look again. Somebody else, they're definitely.
Has anybody else got anything to say? Yeah, you in the back. Come on up.
Zach in the back says, "I hope they bring Jay Lee up next." Let him talk that old minor high
school legend, Jay Lee.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, dude. First of all, I want to apologize for my remark earlier about this is about the kids, because this is exactly what they're doing this for.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They are doing this for the kids now. You can tell. Like this is orchestrated, right?
It's hard to wrap your mind around.
Can you imagine how much pressure that kid's under right now?
The amount of money being talked about just to play football. But hey, if there's a market, there's a market. Dang right. What if Jeffrey just slipped out and then he popped up on that podium?
There's Alvin, by the way.
Yep,
yeah, we got Alvin.
Yeah, we saw Alvin.
Was that a long time ago? I don't know what I've been doing.
About 10 minutes ago.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brother, you've been playing Scoopmaster, so you know what I mean. Like it's completely understandable what you've been doing. I'm with you, dude. It's quiet on my end, and I've reached out to a couple people.
Well, it's obvious what's going on right now.
Sure.
Naim went to the table, had in mind what he was going to do, and Auburn, Ohio State, Oregon is just it's not going to. They're just not taking no for an answer right now.
You don't get Kevin on the phone.
He'll tell you.
Hell yeah, Kevin from Wilmer, Alabama. I love it when he comes with that.
Don't you want to hear that Sunday night?
Look at Jeffrey. The balloons are trying to raise his mood.
Yeah, right. He looks downtrodden.
That's like the Lieutenant Dan meme gift.
Yep. Ice cream.
Naim Offord is live on his Instagram right now.
Okay.
He's at the table.
All right, so he's back.
Looks very nervous.
He does.
Woosa. Goose Fraba.
Yeah. Donovan will be our favor Edwin this year, where you're not going to know anything until after the show's over.
Man.
Oh, this is about Crawford. They're on Jordan now.
Okay. We can, Zach. You can turn it up now.
Are they
Is that
purposely
the
not,
drainage radiator?
are they purposely not putting the kids on there? I mean,
well, this is ABC 3340, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So from my perspective, Jordan has been very interesting and very challenging at times. Jordan is humble. the nicest young man you will ever meet in your life. He does everything for everybody, and I look for him, and I be lying on him. He's like a big brother. And I'm the type of person, as the player can attest, I can push buttons. And I've been for 2 years trying to find a way to push Jordan buttons because I want to see him get mad. And I think I did it Tuesday. We had an interesting practice on Tuesday, and the line did an amazing job. And we did some special workout one practice. And at one moment, I looked over at Jordan, and he just gave me this look. Like, man, if you don't. And at that moment, I was like, oh man, Jordan. Jordan mad. So now, what I do, I throw him and be like, hey guys, hey Jordan, we're going to have another practice like we had the other day. And it turns everything around. But Jordan, I know you're going to do great things, and I know that you're going to be special. Keep going, and it's a possibility that, after the day, I'm going to get in there and get you tomorrow. This is, and I already know, it's level 2. It's level 2. All right? Up next, teacher perspective is Fred Hill, coach's perspective, Coach Drake, on behalf of Timothy here.
Great day in the morning.
I mean, did Jordan sign yet? I mean,
I don't know.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Okay, Zach, you can mute it again.
yeah.
This is the Onion or something. This is an SNL skit. Great day in the morning.
That's all you can say, right? I mean, incredible. Yeah, Naim Offord is live on his Instagram. I mean, they're sitting at the table. For some reason, this stream is not showing, the kids. That's what I find very interesting. Is it sideways?
It is 100% sideways.
That's the way he's got his phone. So we'll just have to roll with it.
I think that's Naheem's mom there with him. Yeah, he's turning his head sideways now.
Yeah, that's his mom and dad, I believe.
I couldn't tell if that was the dad or not.
I think so. I'm not entirely sure. I've never seen him before. The only person I've ever seen him with on his Auburn visits was his girlfriend. Waiting on Jordan. I guess I don't know. I thought that was about to be, hey, Jordan signing, but it was not. Apparently the mom, if that's his mom, I think it is, has green and yellow nails today. The chat is saying.
Do what?
Apparently his mom, if that is his mom sitting with him, has green and yellow nails.
Okay.
Apparently.
Good for her.
It's good color.
Yeah, Okay. Yeah, that would line up.
Jay Lee, what you thinking, man? Oh, he's on the phone. Yeah, he's on the phone again.
I'm all right. I was just updating, checking on things.
I hear you on that.
Let's see. While we're waiting here, yeah, nobody's come in since I've been on. Okay.
No, we're in a standstill right now with the Parker group, waiting to see what they're going to do. I think our next.
Oh, she does have a yellow nail.
As Cole would say, that tracks.
That tracks. North Dakota State.
Yeah.
Okay, Eric Smith, Auburn just announced. They're slowing down a lot, the Auburn page. I don't know if that has to do with how fast they get it in or.
This is amazing. We'll be talking about this one for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I've never seen an announcement ceremony go this long.
Without an announcement.
Yeah.
How long? I mean, it's been 30 minutes, has it not?
At least. It would have been 10:42. They probably went live.
Yeah, we've been live for 4 hours. They've probably been live for 30 minutes of it.
Hell, I'm getting pissed, dude.
I just wanted to get it over with at this point, man. Like, come on. Been staring at the same screen. But, I mean, I think the reality of the situation is you got to walk. I mean, this is tough for Crime if he doesn't walk away with one of those two.
No doubt. For what it's worth, just checking into Donovan Starr with all this, I'm telling you, I would not be surprised if Vandy's the choice there. For some reason, I keep getting. I'm not getting Alabama on that one, but I'm not getting Auburn either.
That's what I said earlier, man.
They've prioritized him, right?
Yeah, they have.
He has never been second fiddle to them. And look, if you're playing into recency bias, they're clapping now. We finally getting somebody. Now, this is what I will say. Things do change late, right? Because Favorite Edwin was the information we had was.
Oh, yeah.
Not Auburn on signing day last year, and then it ended up being Auburn. They battled on that one. So I guess we'll find out in a few minutes what they want to do.
Can we hear anything from his? I know you got it muted, Zach, but is there like the speaker in the background? The Hawaiian quarterback flip from Cal to Oregon.
Yeah, that was coming.
Jaron Sagapulatele, I think.
Sagapulatele.
Nice.
All the time. The Bible will lead you.
I practiced on that one for a bit.
Just in case, right?
Yeah.
No matter what goes on. All right. Naim, love you.
Is there a player at the podium?
We'd have to go back to the other one to find out.
Just Player. It's not. It's the principal, I think.
My respect for all these kids, man. They know I love them. They got a special place in my heart, man. And Caleb, this kid right here, one of the brightest, smartest kids I've ever been around. I know what you was as a kid, it was being never changed. I'm gonna tell you this, keep that with you for the rest of your life, son. You are always yourself. And I told you that time you took, remember, you can mention the first. I heard you. You heard what I'm saying? I heard that. You know, I had what you said. I told you. No plans. Man, this kid here, special. Actually, man, his dad was older than me, was a mom and himself when I was younger. And this is one of the kids I've been around because he was self-assured. You know, he could get anybody on. But I always see that I feel like they touch my ball. They show me what type of kid.
It's unreal, isn't it?
That. Please.
It's unreal.
Yeah, I don't think they're stalling anymore. I think this is
No,
literally,
I don't know that they were ever stalling. Now that I think about it, great day in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What are we doing? Is anybody else coming up anytime soon?
No.
Let's see. JJ, they haven't announced JJ, Broderick Scholl, St. Francis.
Yeah, but those are all after lunch. You'll be gone, I think, to the when's Hugh doing his press conference today?
3.
Oh, so he did push it back for everybody.
Yeah, there's a couple. Well, let's see.
Somebody's
Yeah,
drive
so-
going?
Hold on.
It's not me. So Faulk, Blake Woodby, Donovan Starr,
There's no gun, son.
Jordan Crawford, any minute, hopefully. Broderick Scholl, Sam Turner, Devin Williams, Bryce Diaz, and Darian Smith committed but not signed. So we still have a few left. I guess probably we'll let this play out, right, and then talk about it, and then probably be done. What do you think?
Yeah. Oh, my bad, Jessica. I'm trying to take a nap.
Oh, Jeffrey Lee, you make me laugh, man.
Heck, are they still talking, dude? Unreal. This beats all I've ever seen.
Well, Coleman.
I mean,
that's Coach Warren. That is the head coach.
okay, we got to
We
be
have
getting
made
close.
it to Coach Warren.
We got to be getting close, right?
At least 45 minutes into the school assembly. What the hell?
Man.
Okay, man. I hear you, Zach. Fine. I'm getting too comfortable, man. I don't know.
Zach said they must have canceled classes today.
I mean, the old school shut down. I'd love to see I would like to see a wider shot ABC 3040. Hook me up, big dog.
If nothing else, this will
Yeah.
make for good memories on the corner, no doubt. No matter what happens.
Coach Warren got that power suit on, though. He looks good.
Yeah. Coach Warren. Good dude.
Where did Naim transfer in from? Oxford?
I don't know. I mean, he was
Yeah, I think so. I think Naim was from the Oxford area originally, Anniston, Oxford.
I know he was like first time I talked to him, he had to be 10th or 9th, going into 10th, maybe.
Because he definitely transferred into Parker.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Somebody in the chat just said they'll pull the fire alarm there if they need to.
Great, Dana.
But this is kind of how they should have started, right? Like bring the head coach up there, let him talk about his boys, and then let them make their decision. But,
Right.
Oh. Mr. Vakakis just said he transferred from Huffman.
Okay.
Huffman. Wow.
All right. Well, my information was wrong on that.
Somebody was from Oxford.
Yeah, somebody was from Oxford that transferred in there.
It seems like there was a couple folks from Oxford that transferred out.
Yeah. Jamichael Garrett was from Oxford.
Yes, he was. Well, but I get why he did that.
Somebody else too. Braden Joyner went to Auburn High from Oxford.
Sure did. See, that was before my boy Sam Adams took over at Oxford program.
Oh yeah.
Who is it that's the head coach down at Gulf Shores now?
Oh, we got a wide view here.
Oh
my gosh.
We're gonna get a slideshow, baby.
Oh no.
Are we gonna get some Wonder Years theme music in the background?
What would you do
if I played out of tune?
Oh yeah, Anquan Fagans was Oxford. That's what it was.
That's who it was. That's it. Well, again, you understand that move going to Thompson.
Is that Jordan walking down there?
Yeah, that makes sense that Anquan did. His brother graduated from Oxford. I remember when he committed to Alabama out of high school. Because him and Rock Taylor were teammates, right?
Yeah, Rock Taylor.
Oh yeah, good running back.
That was Rock Thomas.
That's what I was saying.
I said Joe Montana.
Yeah, he did. Best tackler I've seen since Joe Montana.
Rock Taylor, was he a D end or something?
Yeah, he's a receiver. Went to
wide receiver, Memphis,
Tennessee. Well, he went to Tennessee and then transferred.
We're all over the place, dude. My brain mush.
He committed to Tennessee, and then on signing day they dropped him. And for whatever reason, Auburn didn't pick him up. He went to Memphis. He had a big year last year. I haven't checked his stats this year to see how he did, but Memphis had a pretty good year. So my guess is he did okay.
Highlights. Boy.
61 receptions for 834 yards and 2 touches this year.
They cleared out the whole stage. Like everybody left.
Oh, close them tabs. Look at them tabs.
Yeah, I know. Well, at least we're on to Naheem's highlights now. Or at least I think that's Naheem.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's number 1.
I think so too.
Ow.
Hey, there's Brody Scholl.
Oh, Brody.
Okay, finally.
We'll take it.
All right, look. When you talk about prospects with upside in this class, let's get back to talking about this class to a degree. Brody Scholl has as much upside as any player that Auburn has signed today. Not a finished product, but really good feet, good athleticism, balance, and body control. I think he's a player that once he gets in a college strength and conditioning program, sky's the limit. But there's some things from a technical standpoint I think he's going to have to work on and get better at. Cole, how do you feel on Brody Scholl?
I mean, I love the athleticism. There's just so much you can do with that.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to think like the way that this goes with offensive linemen. You can't, you can't predict it so much. I mean, there's 5 stars that don't pan out every day. In every class for offensive linemen, it's the frame, it's the athleticism, and you got to make it work. And I think Brody Scholl, man, I've just been so impressed with his highlights, with his film, with all of it. I think he's a good player. He plays at a Bixby, by the way, for those who don't know, in Oklahoma is a really big, like national power school. So he's playing against good competition, I think, over there in Oklahoma. And then, you put his numbers up against like guys that are in the NFL and they track, they translate. So I'm a big fan of Brody Scholl. I want to see, I want to see what happens with him. I think he is very, he's a little raw. I don't know how that's going to translate for early, but I think he could find his way into the 2 deep pretty early in his career.
Yeah, maybe as a redshirt freshman, be in the 2 deep, right?
Sure. He's got to add some weight. That's one thing for sure. He's got to do
some weight, some power. I think he's got to kind of add both of those. But like you talked about, the natural athleticism in his feet, man. He's just for a kid with that kind of a frame, you don't see typically kids with those kind of feet or that kind of a fluid athlete.
Right.
Where'd you see Brody Scholl?
Auburn Twitter.
For real?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I was about to say Oklahoma, but
there it is. Oh yeah, there it is.
No drama with him at all.
No. I mean,
he fell in love with Auburn, man.
If you look at the premium positions today, Auburn's hit on most of their top targets. Quarterback.
Yeah.
Offensive tackle minus Tavares Dice. That's a big one, right? But he's more of a combo guy. He was a guard / tackle, not a true tackle. Even though I think he probably would have been a right tackle at Auburn, or at least that's the way I was leaning on it.
Yeah.
But Brody Scholl was one of your top targets at left tackle in this class. You got him. Wide receiver, Derek Smith was pretty much top of your board. There were a couple others that were up there as well, but hit on an underrated prospect, in my opinion, is Sam Turner. Pass rusher, Jared Smith in the books for you. Defensive line. Still got Justice Terry on the board, though I don't feel really great about that one at the moment, but let's see. You're still battling. You got till Friday on that.
I think this has been going on for an hour, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Is Naim still live on his Instagram? I mean, good gracious.
I'm sure that he is.
I hope he's got his charger up there.
Yeah, the big piece to me is what's going to happen with Donovan Starr now. I'm almost conceding Naim Offord at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That was the text I've been waiting on.
Okay.
I am changing my RPM to Oregon.
Okay. So it is Oregon then.
I will join you in that.
You're going to have time. They'll be up there for 2 more hours.
No doubt.
Yeah. Oh shit!
What's going on, Blake? How you doing?
Blake.
What's going on, guys?
What's happening, big dog?
Y'all can hear me?
man?
Chilling. Weight room. Lifting with my guys.
Oh, really? Where's Bryce?
Yeah. Oh, no, I don't know. I think he in class.
Oh,
Is he in class?
Are you supposed
Yeah,
to
he
be?
in class. No. I did my own line. I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Hey, y'all have your signing ceremony?
About 2 hours. About an hour 30.
Oh, really? Have you already signed, Blake?
Yeah. I sent my stuff over.
Okay, they're just gonna wait for y'all to have your little ceremony, and then they'll release it.
Okay, cool.
How does it feel, Blake?
Feels good. Feels great. I feel like I'm ready to go in. You know what I'm saying? Start a new chapter in my life. Definitely a blessing. I never, you know what I'm saying, took it for granted. I always understood what it took. You know what I'm saying? And now, you know what I'm saying. Now it's the easy part, putting that work.
When how quickly did you know it was going to be Auburn for you?
After Coach Kelly came in our meeting room at the school, and we sat and talked for a very, very long time.
You just
missed
knew
a couple classes.
You're like, I want to play for this guy.
Yeah. Just on the experience he has and how many people he's coached and understanding, you know what I'm saying, just understand the game, because you know what I'm saying, we can never, you know, just in life, you can never have too much knowledge or something. No one knows everything. But I think if I had to pick somebody who would know the most, closest to everything, I think it would be him. You know what I'm saying? So.
And then when you took that first visit to Auburn.
Oh, so when I took my first visit, it was kind of like it confirmed everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, so we talking to coaches. I'm like, okay, I like the coaches, but everybody got good coaches. You know what I'm saying? Every place has, you know what I'm saying, has a guy that, you know what I'm saying, has been around and seen, and a seasoned guy. You know what I'm saying? You step on campus, you got to really understand that. This what what this coach is saying, this match, what this place is, and it match. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes coaches just blow smoke. You know what I'm saying? And that's their job. So I'm saying I can't fault them. That's their job to blow smoke, because they got families to feed too. So and really, you know what I'm saying? That's where you got to break it down. It's a cold hard game, but it's a truthful game. You got to be able to understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, no one's gonna put their family beneath a 19-year-old, 18-year-old kid. It's not. It wouldn't be intelligent for me to think that way. And everything he was explaining and saying it matched up with the program and the environment. So
you, Darion now, Bryce, Wayne's committed. What is this, a pipeline building from St. Francis to Auburn?
Oh yes. It definitely is. I'm gonna try to get at least 3 of my guys down every year.
Wow. What is it about Auburn, Blake, that you're just like, man, y'all have got to see this place?
I think the difference between my guys and a lot of other guys is that the fact that we play that high ranked schedule every single year, we go 3 top 5 teams every single year. You know what I'm saying? We travel more than colleges.
Blake,
I have a lot of great coaches. You guys got me? Still got me?
Yeah,
there you go.
We got you now. You're good.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I'm saying I still never took for granted. That's too high, Roy. I still never I never took for granted the value of having great coaches around you. You know what I'm saying? And them pouring into you. You know what I'm saying? So when you get into an environment that's a good environment and it has good coaches, my teammates and the guys I come around, they don't take that for something that can just be looked over. So it's hard to find good. Honestly, it's hard to find good men in this line of work. In this line of work, it's hard to find people that really care about 18, 19-year-old kids and developing them due to the transfer portal, due to the NIL scene. Some people are just out for themselves, and which is not a problem. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But I wasn't. I want to be around good people. You know what I'm saying? That's what really sets it off.
Blake, I talked to every commit that was at that Texas A&M game, the overtime game, rushed the field.
Yeah.
Dude, you were fired up.
Oh yeah.
You lost your voice. Like, talk me through that whole thing, man.
I'm just excited because I love ball. You know what I'm saying? No matter what it is, it's Auburn ball. If it's and I love football. You know what I'm saying? So when you put that love for the game that I have into a group of coaches that I trust, because you know what I'm saying, it's nothing like going to war for people that you care about.
There you go.
It's nothing like that. And be willing, because this is a gladiator sport, and I'm putting my life on the line every single game, every single practice. You know what I'm saying, for a group of men, and that's just the reality of it. You know what I'm saying? You can talk about the money, but due to, if you want to be great, everybody's gonna get paid. Everybody's gonna have the materialistic things. You know what I'm saying? The things you just don't take for granted is going to war for people that you really, I might not have this last rep, but I'm gonna do it for my man. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do it for someone. I'm gonna do it for, because he's gonna go hard just like me. So that I don't take that. I care about stuff like that. You know, that camaraderie and that brotherhood. So but I think Auburn has the most of that I've seen.
Nice.
Speaking of that camaraderie, that brotherhood, you're bringing two of your guys down in this class. What does that mean to you to have Darion coming with you? Big flip today for him, and then obviously, you know, it just several guys there. How does that make it feel more like home for you?
Yeah, it definitely does, because just me being freshmen, you have to take a back seat and learn. You know what I'm saying? That's something you just have to do naturally. And I'm going to be coming into a great environment with a group of men that I know for a very long time that know how to take a back seat and be an Indian and learn. You know what I'm saying? And follow the leader, whether that's the coach, what if that's the returning starter, what if that's a guy that's been in the building. It could be a guy that's been on staff that knows, you know what I'm saying, what it takes, you know what I'm saying, anything. And they don't shy away from learning. You know what I'm saying? So you build that amongst us three, and it's a trickle effect. You pass on to guy to guy to guy to guy to guy, and that culture is what it takes to win. Because everybody's good. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has great coaches. You know what I'm saying? It's that culture that's going to definitely take you over the top.
You segued beautifully. That was a nice transition for me, Blake, because you talked about it a little bit earlier. Charles Kelly was somebody who sat down with you very early in your recruitment with Auburn. But who did you have relationships with on the staff? Was it Coach Crime, Coach Durkin, Coach Kelly?
All of them.
All of them?
All of them. I talk, Coach Freeze, we all know Coach Freeze is the offensive-minded coach.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, but I talk to Coach Freeze a lot. You know what I'm saying? And that's not often, because sometimes I know guys that have been in the building that play my position or play defense, and they don't see their head coach. Because they don't, you know what I'm saying? They get, like, during the season it gets a little hectic, you know what I'm saying? But they don't have conversations with their head coach. You know what I'm saying? They don't have a relationship with their head coach. It's position coach, sometimes D coordinator, you know what I'm saying? But majority of the schools that I've gone to, position coach is going to be the main person you talk to. In the building, I talk to Coach Von Trail a lot. He's the D-line coach. I talk to Coach Dirk. He's always the backers coach. I know Coach Dirk since I was 14 years old. Coach Cram, obviously he's my position coach. Coach Freeze. I know everybody in the building, and it's good for that to be a welcoming feeling, because, like I said, it goes back to the thing where you're going to war for people that, you know what I'm saying, you should have a relationship with. You should have some type of you have some type of bond with the people that you are, like I said, laying it on the line for every single week. And that, knowing that my coaches have my best interest, whether he's the running back coach, the receiver coach, the quarterback coach, the D-line coach, the O-line, they all welcome, you know what I'm saying, with open arms. So that's great.
Hey, Bryce, Bryce. Hey, Blake. Hey, you and Bryce are both early enrollees.
Yeah.
Is Darion?
Yes. He will be. He'll be down with us. I think our moving date is January 8th.
Okay.
I think. Yeah. So 3 more weeks after, we're gonna have a little send off with our families. But after that, we you know what I'm saying, we ready to rock and roll.
Blake, thanks so much for joining us, buddy. Congratulations, man. I'm really happy for you.
Yes, sir. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a blessed one.
You too.
Man. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. course.
Love that kid.
Yes.
You know what? Character is such an underrated part of recruiting and an evaluation. And the two kids that we've talked to today, and JJ Faulk and Blake Woodby, great character kids that you're bringing into your program. They say the things you want to hear.
Here we go.
I think Jordan Crawford.
Yeah, I just put up Jordan.
Okay.
Sorry, Alan, to cut you off there.
No, you're good. This is what everybody's been waiting for, right?
Perfect timing.
And
jeez Louise.
How y'all doing? How y'all doing today?
I'm pretty tired.
That's good. That's good. I'm a little nervous, so don't worry about it. But first of all, I want to thank the man above for putting me in this position. I feel like, without him, every day I get down to my knees and I pray, especially with the decision I got today, what I'm going to make. I want to thank my parents, thank my mom for, raising me, from the bottom, thank my dad, because he believed me with the sports stuff. Thank all my coaches, thank all my trainers for putting me in this position. Thank Coach Miles for always, looking out for me. Even when I was at the bottom, my lowest, he always checked on me. I want to thank even my teammates. I want to thank Clarence. Like, I feel like him coming was like a big thing for me. He pushed me every day. To me, in my opinion, I feel like he's the #1 receiver in the state. He always gave me competition. So with that being said, hold on.
Another video?
Interesting. Never seen this before.
There's an Oregon O. Yep, there it is.
I'm gonna assume that's Oregon.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's what he's announcing his decision to Oregon in some video that Dan Lanning cut for him.
Well, guess what, fellas? It is no longer undefeated.
Nope. No. That's a tough one today. I put a lot of resources and investment in that. But again, I think it's if you can somehow pull off Donovan Starr, even though there's a feeling that Vanderbilt is very alive in this one, maybe even the leader right now, I think you help mitigate that loss some. It still stings. He's the #1 player in the state. You want to land the #1 player in the state if you're Auburn. Had an opportunity to land the top 11, and now you've landed, 9 out of the top 11 in the state. So still a very dominant cycle for Auburn in state, but not what it could have been when we started this podcast at 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
Or 7 o'clock this morning, excuse me.
Yeah, right.
Man, we've been going that long.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Okay, so I moved up Blake, and I moved up Bryce because obviously they both have signed.
Yeah.
So we're still waiting on Sam Turner, and that's this afternoon. JJ should have already been announced. He signed. Devin and Donovan. So there's 4 that.
Right. And I haven't, again, I checked around on Sam Turner, and I haven't heard anything to make me think that one's in jeopardy.
I haven't either. I think that one's okay. Yep, there it is. All right. That one's official. Naim
Which
Offord.
one was that one? Naim is official.
Yeah. All right. Well, the question now, man, is obviously we just talked to Blake
Sam's
Woodby.
at 1. Okay, Sam's at 1. Do I have that? Okay, where's Devin Williams?
Devin Williams, yeah. Donovan Starr.
Well, Donovan, we know, is not going until between 2 and 3. Devin, is there a possibility that they're A, when's Buford signing? And 2, is there a possibility he's going someplace else he might play earlier? I don't know. I mean, I haven't heard that. There's nothing to make me believe that, but he hasn't signed yet, so you got to ask the question, right?
Yeah. And I don't know. Weird.
The crazy thing to me is that's already the least depth you have on the team. Corner. That was the one position they couldn't afford an injury this year. The Champ Anthony injury was big, and he wasn't even a full-time corner. He was playing corner and nickel. Now what, man? That you got a little conundrum on your hands with that.
Let's see. Let's do a little check-in with the team rankings. If they've Oregon jumped Auburn and is at number 5. So Auburn is at number 6 right now with 25 commitments. Is that 25 or do they have 26?
26.
Probably down to 25.
Well, they got Darion Smith. They flipped him this morning. But you lost Shamar Arnoux. So that they can't.
There you go. Let me just make sure Darion is on here. Okay. So, yes, Auburn has 25 commitments, number 6 class in the country, behind number 1, Texas, number 2, Alabama. Let me pull this up, Zach, make it a little bit easier. Number 1, Texas, number 2, Alabama. God, I got so many tabs open. Number 3, Georgia. Number 4, Ohio State. Number 5, Oregon. Number 6, Auburn. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still number 4 in the SEC. Number 6 in the country.
Yep.
A lot will depend on what Donovan Starr does. Auburn loses another 4-star. You're talking, Allen, 8 to 10.
Yeah,
I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think so.
Right. Yeah,
I think Michigan's that close on you. What's the overall point total?
It is 92,376 and 92,251.
Yeah, and Donovan's a blue chipper for you.
And you'd lose 0.125. I will say this, man. You may start coping.
Go ahead.
You may start coping.
I mean, I don't think we need to cope, but you go ahead. Tell me, give me some copium.
Let me give you some Kevin from Wilmer.
Okay.
Auburn just went 5-7 again.
Actually
regressed from a year ago.
Yep.
They're going to end up with another top 10 class.
Yes. Given the play on the field, it's still impressive that you pull in a top 10 class. Is it what it could have been if you just secure the commitments in your class? Because to me, that's the bigger deal, right? It's losing Tavares Dice. It's losing Nathaniel
Marshall.
Yeah, Nate Marshall. Those two are big losses to me that make and maybe potentially losing Donovan Starr. Losing those 3 are probably a bigger deal to me than you not landing Naim Offord or flipping Zion Grady. That's why this feels like a rough landing, right? It's not.
Yeah.
And again, Jeffrey's point's not wrong. It's still impressive that you're going to pull out a top 10 class going 5-7 because we talked about Florida's tumble this time last year. They rolled outside the top 10. But I think it just makes your portal class that much more imperative to make sure you're hitting on your frontline targets, right?
Oh,
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's nothing against Blake, who we just talked to, and waiting on Devin Williams and Donovan Starr, see what they do. But I mean, no matter how good you are as a freshman, you're still a freshman at corner, and it's not easy.
No, I mean,
if you have to throw another freshman into the fire again like that, when you're in a do or die season, it's just the depth there is concerning for corner. That's why that was such a big deal for Offord. It's also the day, this day gets so much hype around it, and then it falls flat a little bit on you.
Sure.
It's going to be hard to overcome that with all the bad press you've had all year.
Yeah, this one feels a little bit. Except the difference is that you had a season where you went to the national championship game, but when you lost for Sean Evans in the waning moments to a degree, now it was a little bit more in your face because he picked Alabama, not
That
Oregon.
one was rough. That one was rougher for sure.
Hey, hat tip to JG Tate.
Yes.
Hat tip to Caleb Jones, both at
Yes.
auburnsports.com at Rivals.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
They took a lot of flack last night on our message board because they said Oregon.
Yep.
They said Oregon. Hat tip to both of you who have said for weeks, who tried to convince me for weeks that Oregon was right there with Auburn. I mean, right there to flip.
Yep.
And I just could not find that on my own. I could not. My sources, I think I even wrote on the board, Oregon was of the four.
Right.
I did not have that. Did not have that. And, we've been talking about proximity to home as the reason we thought Auburn was going to flip him from Ohio State. We thought the girlfriend was going to play a big role. And obviously it didn't happen.
No. I mean, without getting too specific, I think Oregon figured out who the decision maker was and what it was going to take to do business, and they got it done.
Good job by Oregon. Great job.
Yeah.
You come into Alabama and get the number 1 player in the state, a 5-star, number 10 overall recruit in the country. You did something right.
Yeah, you did.
No
Wholeheartedly.
No doubt.
Look, part of any good recruiter is being able to read the room and know who is making the call.
Yeah.
Because a large part of the time, it's not just the kid themselves. There's somebody else that you've got to get on your side. So now, again, if you're trying to salvage things, in my opinion, Donovan Starr becomes very important. Unless Auburn already feels like they've got a portal corner ready to go, that they're just waiting to press go on come December 9th.
And here's some more copium for you. Imagine had Auburn not done what it took to keep Elijah Melendez, what it took to keep Jared Smith.
Deuce Knight.
There was some potential here of disaster.
Yeah.
And they avoided it. And listen, after all this, all the shit that I'm sure that's being spewed on the corner right now.
Oh, yeah.
You still got a top 10 class.
You do.
That's how far this staff, Hugh Freeze, have risen expectations at Auburn.
The unfortunate thing here is, in the words of our a guy that calls in a lot, Sky Underwood, the Auburn fan base is about to rear its ugly head, as he says, and that's not good, man. Because Auburn's fixing to sign a really nice class. They are. So, and it's not over. I mean, we're still watching for Cromer. We're still watching for Justice Terry.
Yeah.
You never know how those might go. Maybe Auburn has a little cash left over now. We'll see how it plays out. But, it's a letdown of a signing day. That's the problem. That's how fans are going to take it. It's just the day because of all the hype with the day. The class is still good. Now, I'll tell you one thing. The portal just got more important.
Mm.
The portal just got real important at some key positions for you, which, by all accounts, they have been hot and heavy on that for a while. So, doesn't all that matters at the end of the day is that you get the right pieces. It doesn't matter where they come from. You got most of the guys in state. That was a big priority. You didn't get them all. You got most of them. You got some good things going. You got a good foundation going. You got all that going. That's the copium, I guess. But letdown of a signing day, I would not argue that.
No,
so far.
I think you have to be honest about it. And so to lose 3 recruits, 1 on signing day, 2 others in the days leading into, gives it the feeling that it's kind of a little bit unraveling on you. But like Jeffrey said, you saved Jared Smith, who both Ole Miss and South Carolina took real cracks at him. I mean, real shots there. I feel like Michigan might even been in the mix with Jared Smith there for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deuce Knight, Ole Miss took a real shot there. Elijah Melendez, Oregon was a very viable threat.
Florida with Malik Autry.
Yes, Florida with Malik Autry was a threat.
Yeah.
So you did some damage control. And I think what we're finding out is that NIL is a neutralizer to a degree when you go kind of into free fall in a season. But still, if Auburn's 7-5 or 8-4 this year, I think you close some of those recruitments better. You might not have landed Naim Offord end of the day, right?
But you probably at least hold on to one or two of the ones that got away.
I think so. I mean,
the season cost Auburn a recruit or two.
I think so.
At least.
Yeah.
Probably.
I think Tavares Dice is probably the one that you salvage. You go 8-7 and 5, 8-4. I think he was a momentum kid where it swung a lot with him. Nate Marshall, that might have been tough because Michigan was the one he committed to begin with.
Yeah.
I think Auburn did what they needed to do from an NIL standpoint to get him in the class, and then Michigan probably matched or exceeded the offer. I don't know that to be a fact just yet, but given what I know about the initial recruitment or his flip to Auburn, I think that's a fair assessment of what took place.
Yeah, that person is a bad person, Cole.
Yeah.
Kick that Skywalker person out of our chat. If you ever see it in there, ban it. I don't even know what it is. I've had to ban him from Twitter. Pathetic.
Apparently, we missed it, but he had the Auburn hat on when the screen went up and then threw it. Offord did.
Oh.
Whatever.
Yeah, who cares? Whatever. Oh man. Well, here's what we got left. We'll wrap it up, man. We've
Yep.
Let's see what we've got left. We've got Sam Turner, Jakaleb Faulk, which I don't
no concern there.
Yeah. No
the curiosity lies with Devin Williams, and it lies with Donovan Starr. It lies with Usman Chroma. Those are the three things. Usman Chroma will be in at 1:15. Sam Turner is at 1 o'clock. Jakaleb was at 11, so they're probably just going to announce him. I mean, just release him sometime in the next few minutes, probably.
Yeah.
And then that'll be it until Friday. We'll be following the Justice Terry recruitment and see if Auburn can't pull off a miracle there.
Yeah. I mean, of those, I feel like Georgia's probably done what they needed to do to neutralize Auburn's efforts there, because whereas I felt like there was some legitimate buzz 2 days ago, it feels much more neutral now, right? Like I'm not hearing as much on that front. And I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer here by any means. I just being realistic on how I'm seeing this at the moment.
All right, man. Well, 5 hours in the books. I feel like we were at the Parker announcement ceremony.
Seriously.
We are going to close the show with Auburn falling one spot in the team rankings from number 5 to number 6. They swap places with Ohio State.
Yep.
Actually, where did Oregon go? Oregon went to 2.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, he was a huge – that would have shot Auburn up to solidify top 5. You land Naim.
We're going to be tracking everything else the rest of the day at Auburn Live on 3. If you haven't already, go get a subscription. We will be tracking the rest of the recruits. We've got Hugh Freeze coming to the podium at 3 p.m. today. We'll see what Coach Freeze has to say about all of this, the class. I'm sure he'll be excited with the number 6 class following the number 8 class. That's at the end of the day. If you haven't, I think we might even be back maybe Thursday or Friday with a show, a recruiting show. Might be an Auburn Live Plus show. Maybe go into some details behind the scenes of some of these recruitments. Maybe come out with that Friday morning. So if you haven't already and you be an Auburn Live subscriber, then you get it free with that. But if you're not, if the website's not your thing, go check out Auburn Live YouTube Plus for $2 a month. I think $2 or $3 a month, whatever it is. All right, folks, we're going to wrap it up for this year. This is Signing Day live show. We will be back next year because we love to do this. We absolutely love it. I love getting up at 5 o'clock and, whatever. Wow. All right, folks, that's going to do it, man. For Cole Pinkston, for Sir Alan Head, for Zach in the back who stayed in the back, I'm Jeffrey Lee, man. Y'all stay that left lane. See ya.